Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic, President of the National Assembly, Prime Minister, and Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia.
Se motim vsak dan. Najti iščem daleč, a ostajaš blizu. Vse je na ključje, morda tako je bolje. Nazaj zdaju se drugače.
Ti me nosiš, ti me lomiš, še se učim ja vsak dan. In če ne vrneš se nazaj, morda je bolje.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 21st Bled Strategic Forum. And thank you, Anna, for that extraordinary rendition of Savica, a song named after a small alpine village just a few kilometers away from here. A beautiful reminder of the landscape, the roots, and the sense of home that brings us back to Bled. Anna sang of a river that carries us, a river that sometimes bends us, and a river that reminds us that no matter how far we travel, there are places and values to which we return. Bled is one of those places. We return here because we are asking the same questions. Where are we going? What kind of future are we building? And how can we shape what comes next? Ladies and gentlemen, to begin that conversation, it is my great honor to invite to the stage the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia, Mr. Tone Kaiser.
Spoštovana gospa predsednica, spoštovani gospod predsednik vlade, Mr. President, Prime Ministers, Excellencies, Ms. Matviichuk, Secretary General, dear Peter, ladies and gentlemen. As Žiga said, I will repeat welcome to Bled and to the 21st edition of the Bled Strategic Forum. It's good to be here again, and it's good to see among us, I would say, the founding fathers I mentioned before, two of them, our first foreign minister, Professor Dr. Ruppel, and the current prime minister, and at that time prime minister, who were rowing together at the Bled Lake, and they basically came to this idea to put Bled and Slovenia in the spot. So it's good to be here again and to see so many people from near and far who came about for the world we live, about peace, security, and the values on which we wish to build our future. Now we live in a world of artificial intelligence, and if you are consulting ChatGPT or Grok, what Bled Strategic Forum is all about, the answer will be Think it of roughly as a Central European counterpart of forums such as Munich Security Conference or the World Economic Forum, although Bled Strategic Forum is more focused on foreign policy and the wider Central and Southeastern European region. And if you continue to ask the artificial intelligence which words have dominated the flashy titles of the previous 20 forums, there is a particularly striking evolution. Europe, future, power, world and global record throughout the forum's history, but the emphasis shift from concrete regional or development themes in the early years to the world order, power, security and competing realities in the later editions. The rest of the speech is not generated by the artificial intelligence. So, in other words, the Bled Strategic Forum has become more focused on the world order and security. Unfortunately, there are good reasons. We see the pressing geopolitical situation, and I'm not going to elaborate on this here, but we can only reiterate the oft-repeated statement that we must deal with the world as it is, and not as the world we would like to be, or the world with the created narratives. At the same time, our values and virtues constantly inspire us to build the world we want to see, as well as consider its future shape. Some say globalization has been very successful in economic terms. True, we cannot deny that it has lifted many people around the world out of poverty. However, it has also given rise to what we call post-industrial politics in the West, when we see the fast deindustrialization and in the trilemma of democracy, global prosperity and sovereignty. Furthermore, it has prompted millions to join the migrant waves which we are facing. The multilateral system and multipolarity have often failed, we say, to deliver. And there are many alternatives to liberal democracy, some say. It's difficult to agree with that. Moreover, autocratic regimes such as that in Russia, we all know, do not only harm their own people, but also present a security risk to their neighbors and to the rest of the world. We can see that aggressive war in Ukraine is now moving into the 5th year. The European Union is facing a particularly serious test. European Union, we all know, it was set up as the project of peace. And what we need is a shape of Europe that is ambitious, as its founding fathers intended, but that is also fit for today's challenges. So we need changes, and we need to do it together. We are 27 member states. And this cannot be achieved in isolation. A strong bond between Europe and United States, I call it transatlantic spine, remains imperative. So does taking a greater share of responsibility for our own defense. It is also impossible to see the future of the European economy and technology without valued partners in Asia, or in Latin America for that matter. I'm therefore glad really to have a dedicated debate on Latin America tonight. We need to engage in dialogue and cooperate with countries and cultures that do not necessarily share our values on human freedom, human rights, the role of the state and the rule of law. This does not mean renouncing our own values. Opposite, we are not turning our backs on the world. We must simply minimize risks and avoid excessive dependence. Bled has always been a venue for such dialogue, given its geographical location at the crossroads of Western, Central and Southeastern Europe and its historical experience. Slovenia has both the opportunity and the responsibility to contribute to debates on the future and shape of Europe. The values I was talking about, upon which the European family, and I would say transatlantic and the democratic families are founded, are the same values upon which we Slovenians built our own state 35 years ago. These values will bring the countries of the European Union closer together, I'm 100% sure of that, in the future, and will attract others. These values are not an obstacle to protecting our interests. These values are actually a compass helping us to determine which interests to promote and how. And this is the real power to shape the future, which comes from the people, and it's working for the people. Thank you to be here in Bled, and dobrodošli.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. A century ago, a young Slovenian poet looked at a world in turmoil. His name was Srečko Kosovel. He lived for only 22 years, and yet, in that remarkably short life, he left behind a vision of Europe, humanity, and the future that still speaks to us today. 100 years after his death, Slovenia has declared 2026 the year of Srečko Kosovel. Kosovel knew uncertainty. He knew a Europe shaken by war, division, and profound change. But when he looked towards the future, he did not see it simply as something waiting for us. He saw it as something we must build. He wrote, "Through our work, we build our future. Rocks we roll for its building, white shining, golden fiery." And later, "And our dreams are pure gold, and our dreams are no illusion." A century has passed. The world has changed beyond anything Kosovel could have imagined. And yet his words speak to us still. Because the future is never simply a destination. It is not a place we arrive at. It is something we create. We shape it by the decisions we make today, by the ideas we are prepared to defend, by the conversations we're willing to have, and by the courage to turn what we imagine into what is possible. That is also the idea at the heart of this year's Bled Strategic Forum, the power to shape the future. Kosovel ends his poem with a simple thought: the future belongs to those who believe in it. For more than 20 years, the Bled Strategic Forum has tried to be a place for exactly that kind of belief. Not belief as passive optimism, but belief translated into ideas, dialogue, and action. And every idea has a beginning. The story of the Bled Strategic Forum began with one. This is that story.
In less than 2 days, the 2026 Bled Strategic Forum will draw to a close. But for the people behind it, work on the next edition will already be underway. Plans and ideas for this high-level strategic platform are born from many voices. Above the ruins of ancient Emona, and within the walls of historic Yable Castle. Across the year ahead, the ideas become plans, and plans become reality through the dedicated work of the BSF team and its partners. All this with one goal: to create the space for another strategic conversation in the extraordinary setting of the Julian Alps. The story of the forum began right here, more than 20 years ago. An idea born in a boat in the middle of Lake Bled, to bring people together and look beyond the present. The conversations have grown, but the purpose remains: to understand a changing world, explore the paths ahead, and help shape the future we want. In Slovenia, when we seek a clearer view, we climb. Not to leave the world behind, but to see it more fully. Strategy demands the same: to rise above the noise, look beyond the horizon, and see the range of possible paths and destinations. That is why we come to Bled. To listen before we decide. To turn dialogue into direction, and direction into action. The future is not a fixed destination. It is a path we shape together.
From a single idea more than 20 years ago to the forum gathered here today. And now from the story of how it all began to the challenges, the choices, and the future that lie ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to welcome to the stage the Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia, Mr. Janez Janša.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, in Ernest Hemingway's novel, The Sun Also Rises, Bill asked Mike how he went bankrupt. Mike answers, 2 ways, gradually and then suddenly. It is a line about the money, but also a good description of international history. Deterrence erodes gradually, then suddenly war returns. Dependencies build up gradually, and then suddenly one side turns them into leverage B, shooting off a critical supply, or simply withdrawing a shipment. Technologies mature gradually, then suddenly they change the balance of power. But the same can be true of freedom. On 25th of October 1991, I remember flying in helicopter about the motorways toward Postojna, from Ljubljana to Postojna, and below us was the last column of the Yugoslav army withdrawing towards Koper. Only 18 months earlier, Slovenia had been disarmed and threatened by a military structure vastly stronger than our own. Yet that day, we watched the last defeated aggressor soldiers leave Slovenian territory. It looked sudden. But the roots of that change went back years. That is why the theme of this year's Bled Strategic Forum, the power to shape the future, is very important. The power to shape the future is built gradually, but the moments that determine it often come suddenly. The economic historian Eric Jones asked why Europe, rather than larger and more centralized empires, produced so many breakthroughs that transformed the modern world. Part of his answer was Europe's political plurality. Many states, close enough to learn from one another, independent enough to compete. We are often told that power limits our choices. It does. But Europe's history shows that fragmentation can also generate competition, adaptation, and also innovation. Europe's strength was never uniformity. It was the ability to turn its diversity into creativity and ultimately into power. The main question today is whether Europe can do so again. I think that 4 strategic tests will determine whether Europe retains the capacity to shape the world around it or gradually loses that capacity and suddenly discovers that others are shaping its future. There are 4 such things. First, security. As we all know, peace is not the natural state of international affairs. it has to be protected. So, NATO remains indispensable. A strong Europe, also in defense matters, also militarily, is currently not an alternative to the transatlantic partnership. We all know this. It is strong Europe. It is something which makes that partnership sustainable. And Ukraine reminds us what is at stake. Ukrainians are defending not only their territory, but the principle that borders cannot be changed by force and that nations have the right to choose their own future. A just peace must preserve Ukraine's sovereignty and also its European future. If in this case aggression is rewarded, the lesson will be learned far beyond Ukraine. But principles without capabilities do not deter. Investment in European defense tech startups in the last 4 years, between 21 and 24, was more than 5 times higher than in the preceding years. Yet, over roughly the same period, United States investment was still about 2.5 times larger. Europe is moving, but not yet fast enough. Europe learned one of its clearest strategic lessons from Russia. For years, we treated cheap Russian energy as an economic advantage and underestimated the strategic risk. I remember our first forum here, speaking and discussing the energy security of Europe. So we are aware this is somehow problematic, but the reactions were not on time. In 2021, Russia supplied 45% of EU gas imports, and when Moscow weaponized energy after its invasion of Ukraine, a commercial dependency became a geopolitical vulnerability. By 2025, by last year, Russia's share had fallen to 12%. But the lesson goes far beyond energy. Efficiency without resilience can create dependence, and dependence can be turned into leverage. And the same logic applies elsewhere. The European Union still depends on China of its heavy rare earth supply. Semiconductors, critical minerals, and strategic supply chains are all geopolitical terrain. The answer is not autarky, it is diversification, reliable partnerships, domestic capacity in critical sectors, and also the ability to innovate rather than merely regulate technologies developed elsewhere. Third, and the most important, people. Demography strategy. According to Eurostat, the youth fertility rate has fallen far below replacement level to 1.34 births per woman in 2024, the lowest ever recorded, the lowest rate ever recorded. Over the past 2 decades, the share of Europeans over 65 has risen from 16% to almost 22%, while the share of children under 15 has strongly fallen. This means fewer workers supporting more dependents, greater pressure on public finances, and ultimately fewer people from whom we can draw our scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs, and also soldiers. But demography is not simply about numbers. It reflects whether young people have confidence in the future, whether they can afford homes, build careers, form relationships, and raise families. We should also ask how an increasingly digital way of life is changing the way young people meet, form relationships, and build communities. It's very important in those days. And also important is the awareness that illegal migration is not a demographic policy. It does not solve Europe's demographic decline and, when uncontrolled, creates additional challenges for security, integration, and social cohesion. Europe needs secure borders alongside legal, selective migration that responds to real economic needs of the European Union. Europe, therefore, has to do several things at once. Make it easier for young people to form families, retain and attract talent, bring more people into productive employment, and use education, innovation and technology to raise productivity. The fourth factor is credibility. Especially for a small state, credibility is itself a source of power. We multiply our influence by building alliances, being reliable partners, and keeping our word. And the same is true of Europe. Our commitments must be credible to our allies, to our adversaries, and to those who want to join us. 5 years ago, here at Bled Strategic Forum, I spoke about the strategic goal of Europe, whole and free, all dream, and about the European Union enlarged with the Western Balkans and our eastern neighborhood. And that goal is today, dear friends, more urgent today, much more urgent than 5 years ago, more urgent, not less. A Europe whole and free cannot have a permanent waiting room in the Western Balkans, nor can it accept that Ukraine's future should be decided by anyone but the Ukrainian people. Enlargement is not a favor to candidate countries. It is a strategic decision about the future shape of our continent. Of course, as we hear very often, conditions must be met. But credibility works both ways. Europe must also keep its word. As I said many times, if the EU does not enlarge, someone else will at our expense, which is the case we learned on very high price. As already said, for a small state, credibility is itself a source of power. And credibility works internally and also externally. When it comes to alliances, both the fair sharing of financial burdens and a coordinated attitude to danger are important. Truth be told, we Slovenians still have a little problem with both. The share of our GDP that we allocate to our own and collective defense within NATO is far from what is necessary and also far from the share it has been promised years ago, decades ago. And also we still owe it to our allies as well as to our own public, especially to our own public, to answer the question of how it was possible that $2 billion of money from Iran's state-owned Exim Bank was laundered in the largest Slovenian state-owned bank, which was part of Euro system, at a time when Iran was under 3 international sanctions. It was an enormous violation of international law and, of course, domestic law. For more than a year, this money was distributed to more than 75,000 accounts through which the Iranian agency and terrorist network in the Western Hemisphere was paid. A parliamentary inquiry fully revealed the criminal operation, both the persons who directly enabled the crime and those who covered it up, despite more than almost 500 interventions from abroad, were discovered. Everything were discovered. But more than 8 years have passed since the disclosure and handing over of the entire documentation to the prosecutor's office, but to this day, no one has been convicted of by far the largest violation of international and domestic law in Slovenia in recent decades. No one was even charged. The prosecutor's office threw the whole case away or swept it under the carpet under various pretexts. According to experts' estimates, the commissions from the Lander-Tirrenen money amounted to $300 to $500 million. There is a more than reasonable suspicion that part of this money is still used for pro-Iranian propaganda in some Slovenian and also European non-governmental and media circles. Slovenia thus still has a lot of work to do in ensuring both external and internal credibility, and it is right that we acknowledge this when listing what we expect from others. Together, these four tests: security, resilience, demographic vitality, and credibility, come down to one question. Can Europe today turn its resources, its diversity, and its alliances into the power to shape events, or will it adapt to decisions made elsewhere? Will we build deterrence before aggression reaches us? Will we reduce dangerous dependencies and master the technologies on which our prosperity and security increasingly depend? Will we confront demographic decline while we still have the people, resources, and still some time to do this? And will we strengthen our alliances and complete a Europe whole and free while the opportunity is still ours? We just learned what was the decision of the voters in Iceland regarding joining European Union. So, clock is ticking. How we answer these four tests will determine whether Europe remains an object of geopolitical change or becomes an author of it. The capacity to shape change is built gradually, year after year, through capabilities, alliances, and also institutions. But the moment to use this power comes suddenly. And then a small country may discover that its size need not define its fate, just as a constant continent may discover that decline need not define its future. That is the power to shape the future, not the illusion of controlling history, but the will to shape it. Thank you in dobrodošli na Bledu.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister, thank you for your words and setting the stage for conversations ahead. We gather here at a time when security, resilience, and war are no longer abstract questions for Europe. They are part of the reality we live in. And in this reality, I have the great pleasure of welcoming you to the Bled Strategic Forum 2026. On behalf of the organizers, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and European Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia, and the Center for European Perspective, I would like to express our appreciation to all our valued supporters and institutional partners whose contributions have helped make this year's Bled Strategic Forum possible. From me, I would like to thank as well the team behind this amazing event. Without those people that are behind the stage, we wouldn't all gather in here. And over the next 2 days, this forum will be a place not only to discuss the challenges we face today, but also to ask where we go from here. How do we build resilience? What's the security and peace we need at this time? How do we strengthen defense? How do we make Europe more united? And how do we make the voice of Central Europe stronger and better heard? And ultimately, how do we build a Europe that is not only capable of defending peace, but also of shaping it? That's why we are here. And over the next 2 days, we will hear different perspectives. We'll not always agree, and we shouldn't, because the Bled Strategic Forum is a place to confront difficult questions, challenge our assumptions, and look for solutions together. We have an opportunity here not simply to describe the world as it is, but to discuss what can we do to shape it, what we are ready to do as individuals and countries to make it a prosperous and secure place. And the principle we are carrying all together is, are we stronger when we are united? Perhaps. So a short technical remarks before we're going to continue with the panel discussion. The next panel discussion is open for all registered participants, so we welcome you to the room. Please come up for the next discussions. And now I would like to invite panelists for the Prime Minister panel. And please welcome Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Andrej Babiš, Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia, Janez Janša, Prime Minister of Hungary, Petr Magyar, and Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, Andrej Plenković. Let me pass the microphone to the moderator of the panel, Acting Director of the Slovenian Government Communication Office, Sebastian Jeretic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, so we have 4 prime ministers, and we can look forward to a really interesting discussion about the role of Central Europe in shaping the reform of the European Union. Gentlemen, our 4 countries share a similar history, and today we face similar challenges. After the fall of communism, Central Europe was rather seen as a periphery of Europe. And when we were joining the Union, we admired, even idealized Western democracy. So my first question, or rather the first topic, is whether we can now shift that relationship and become the model. European integration was conceived as a space of peace and prosperity based on Christian tradition and the democratic idea. And now all of these elements are in question, and we speak of the crisis of European identity. So can Central Europe today be the model for the next chapter of European history? Can we be the cure for Europe as it was conceived, really? My question to all 4 of you is, what are your general thoughts on the role of Central Europe in shaping the future of the Union? And if you can name one thing that your country does better than the general, let's say, average of the old Europe, and that you would recommend to the rest of Europe to copy it. Mr. Plenković, please.
I don't know if we are better than the rest of the Europe, but we are certainly pleased to be again in Bled. Thank you, Janez, for this invitation, dear Andrej, dear Peter. I think that today the fact that this panel is composed of 4 Central European Prime Ministers is actually the main message of this Bled Strategic Forum. And it is in a way an attempt to send a message to the rest of our partners that the Central European countries are getting stronger, more resilient, more competitive, more democratic and more influential within the European Union, and more assertive and more self-confident. I think this is the key point. How did we get there? We get there through the support of the West, which is true. We have to admit it. We are still friends of cohesion, those who are beneficiaries of the European Union's budgetary distributionary power. but we have also made a lot of tough homeworks, a lot of reforms, a lot of structural changes, and we have become better interconnected between ourselves, but also with the rest of the European project. When it comes to identity today and the European Union, I think we still very much respect each of us our own identity, just as Janez is Slovenian, Andrej is Czech, or Peter is Hungarian. I'm Croatian and proud to be Croatian. And the fact that the European identity has been stretched as a project, I believe today, is clearly by far the most influenced by the changes and the challenges we had over the past 10 to 12 years. And these challenges were, one, migratory crisis, which has completely redesigned political landscape, especially in the West. Look at the election results already today or even tomorrow, given the big countries which are facing elections, some of them this weekend on the regional level and another one national level next year. Second, the impacts of multiple crises, Brexit, COVID, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, energy crisis, crisis in the Middle East. All of these elements, in a way, strain the functioning of the Union. And therefore, we should work on what connects us, try to, I would say, reconcile the differences as much as we can, even though it's not easy. I was sitting at occasions at the European Council where late in nights, everything you learned, thought that the European Union was all about, didn't exist. Just didn't exist. The notion of solidarity disappeared. So I think we should a little bit reinvent it, especially us who have become stronger and more confident in the meantime. For Croatia, I think we have signaled two elements on the European level. One is this, what Jan has mentioned, rightly so, that is demography. I was looking at the data for Bled. Bled had 104 births in 2013. In 2023, it had 54 here in a very developed part of Slovenia. So this is a structural problem that is hitting horizontally all of us, and we should very strongly address it. Second point is the energy infrastructure. It's good that we are all here. We are building pipelines towards Slovenia, pipelines towards Hungary, using our strategic role as the Adriatic Mediterranean gateway for Central and Eastern Europe. And therefore, these two elements, I think, are the Croatian differencia specifica, which is not better than the others, but rather a service to our neighbors.
Thank you. Mr. Janša?
Well, when Slovenia and I believe all other countries which were part of Big Bang joined European Union, we joined a structure we considered as something from God's given, without mistakes, idealistic approach, a place where our future will be secured, our development will be secured when we will know what will happen next year, what will be our economic growth, friends will help us to develop, and so on. And of course, partially, this was true, because first years, this was so-called golden era of the European Union. After the enlargement, the growth was okay. Solidarity was on the table. We got new development money. We adopted much better European standard that we used to use before, and so on. But we also learned something that, which was, at least for vast majority of us, hidden before, that the biggest treasure of the European Union is that in almost every country inside of the Union, there are some things, some spheres, some subsystems, which functions ideally. Very good. So we discovered that European Union was a vast treasure of good practice, where we can, follow some examples, not to learn on our own mistakes and so on. And, this was so-called golden period of our common life. Some countries came after that in much more difficult times, after economic crisis, Brexit, and so on. But still, honestly, I have to admit that what we found was more or less what we expected. So it was something good. Then, economic crisis, Brexit, after that COVID, but mostly the economic crisis changed the altitude, and the Europe has changed. And instead of finding its own way, European Union was created as a peace project. Instead of concentrating on strategic matters, as it is enlargement, we started to regulate. And now the European Union is one of the weakest points of the Union. It is over-regulated in many areas. In many areas, we are still wasting a lot of time to discuss how to get rid of this. On the other side, sometimes from the Commission are coming new proposals how to regulate everything. This is not the way. If I understood the question was also what the western part of Europe can learn from the Central Europe or Eastern part. I think that one thing where there was much more mature attitude toward the problem is illegal migration. We were not so naive as in the Western countries when those numbers started to be a problem. And the second area is security and defense. So I think I'm here one of two or three people in this hall who participated at the NATO summit in Bucharest in April 2008. When strategic mistake was done, there was discussion to deliver the membership action plan for NATO to Georgia and to Ukraine, and we split it. Two biggest countries of the European Union were against or to delay the decision. We invited President Putin to the dinner, not the applicant countries, but President Putin, and he somehow insisted not today, maybe tomorrow, and we all know what happened after that and what are the consequences. At that meeting, the Central Europe was totally united. Was totally united. We knew what it is at stake. It was strategic thinking on our part of Europe. On the Western side, it was mercantilism. So it was just let's prolong this decision maybe for tomorrow to still buy cheap gas and oil from Russia. This is more important now. Nothing will happen. It's a new world. It's the end of Cold War, and so on. So I think that also when Russia invaded, when full-scale invasion happened in February 22, with the exception of Hungary, which is known, the Central Europe was much more aware what's going on, what we have to do, and expectation that Ukraine will fall and we have to adopt a new situation was very strong on the Western part. So maybe because of our history, at those tables, the strategic thinking was coming from central part of Europe, not from the Western part.
Thank you. Mr. Babiš.
Thank you very much, Janes, to inviting me here. It's third time here. I was here in 2020. We were discussing Europe after Brexit and COVID. And in 2021, it was the last public appearance of V4. And I'm sure that the Central and Eastern Europe can play, and it was the case, during this time in shaping or saving Europe in the future. I remember we were discussing illegal migration, enlargement of EU in 2021. Nothing changed in 5 years. Same. 800,000 illegal migrants are coming. What we said in 2016 to countries which were welcoming illegal migrants is still valid. Okay, now they wake up. But the question is if it's not too late. The V4 was very strong. And I think the actual president of Slovakia, Peter Pellegrini, which is here with us, was part of this V4 structure, 65 million citizens together. And of course, also this part of Europe is very important. In 2019, Angela Merkel told us in this informal European Council in Sibiu that the Green Deal will be great. It will be about nature, about water, about forest. What is the result? Already in September 2021, I said that the ETS1 certificate, the price is completely out of what the European Commission promised us in 2020. They said that the price of certificate ETS1 will be in 2030, 26.50. How much it is today? 80? So what is the result of this Green Deal? The result is that the ETS1 is destroying our industry. The Czech industry lost 6.5 billion euro during the time of this crazy certificate, and the ETS2 will make the life of all European citizens much more expensive. And that's why we have to fight together how to change this energy strategy, how to refuse that the ETS1 incomes will be part of the new resources of the multinational financial framework for 28 and 34. So that's why the competitiveness is a big problem. The companies are leaving Europe, and we are trying to convince the Commission to change it because it's a real problem. And I don't speak about the in which shape we have refineries. Now we have Hormuz situation, and everybody discovered that the fertilizers are produced from ammonia, and ammonia is from natural gas. Good morning. So this is the real problem. So we have to fight together. And of course, unfortunately, Europe is not capable. Even at the European Council, we are not capable to agree if we are going to or try to stop the war or not. We were in Ankara. I didn't hear the name of the word of peace, but it's a different story. So today, what is the most important for us is to create coalitions. We came, Czech Republic, I sent 4 letters with the coalition of friends of competitiveness. And thank you very much for the cooperation. And now, when we are going to negotiate the multi-financial framework, the battle for money, end of November, Antonio visited us. He said he wants to have it until Christmas. I have my Christmas holiday starting 26 December, so I have full of time to negotiate this. And we have to explain them that this is not acceptable for us, that the member states will become less money. That the Commission is proposing that instead to have 64% like we have today, or this period, that we will have only 45. And these centrally managed programs for us is quite difficult to get money and to participate. So that's why we have to, and it's very good that we have formed this coalition of friends of cohesion, 16 member states. Great. So this is now the most important what we have to fight and to convince the Commission and the net payers. Of course, we are always speaking about the net payers, but don't forget the rabbits. Don't forget who is successful in these central programs. And I don't speak about 12 billion euro dividends which are flowing to all member states from Czech Republic. Because it is always this discussion which we have, and it will be quite tough. But I think the future of Europe is V4 and this and eastern part of Europe, and the V4 was dismantled after we lost elections in 21, and now again, thanks to Prime Minister Peter Magyar, we are again together, and we will be together on 10 September with the Prime Minister of Ireland, and of course we would be happy to have more partners to fight together for the better future of Europe, because Europe is really not in a very, let's say, best shape nowadays.
Thank you, Mr. Bab. Mr. Magyar?
Thank you very much. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation. It's always a real privilege to have a discussion with such experienced prime ministers. And I have the advantage that many of the aspects were already explained. But I think the reply to your question, yes, everything is possible. That's what I've learned in Hungary in the past 2 years. Everything is possible against all odds. You know, we have a saying that actions is first and the word is the second. And I think the homework has to be done. I believe in actions, and then I'm very proud of our government, just 100 days, and I think we have done many of our homeworks. Yes, you are right. We are facing a series of crises. This is, I think it's the normal life, crisis after crisis. We had been facing a serious crisis, energy crisis in Hungary. Because of the extreme weather in Europe, we were quite close to shut down our nuclear power plant. But with a huge, unprecedented cooperation in Hungary, with energy, water management experts, we were able to solve this issue. We made a government decision on the 12th of August, and we started an investment with 100,000 of cubic meter of stones, and now we are ready. And the issue is solved. We just inherited a budget deficit, a very, very high level budget deficit, and we were able to decrease this deficit level with 2.5 billion euros in 3 months. So I believe in actions, and what I've learned in Hungary that the most important one is to speak honestly, to avoid the double speeches, especially in Brussels. The guys know very well what I'm speaking about. To avoid ideological questions, to concentrate on real issues, on energy security, interconnectors, regional cooperation like V4, it was also mentioned. I'm very glad that we are ready to reshape, to rebuild this very important regional cooperation, to support the Western Balkan member states, to be adopted them finally after decades, to use an honest and straight talk or language. I think it's very important. And in that case, we could solve all our difficulties. I hope it's not too late. It was also mentioned, the fight against illegal migration. You know, it's quite difficult to explain to the Hungarians why Hungary is treated so unfairly in Brussels concerning these issues. We have a court ruling. We have to pay 1 billion euros per day just because of defending the common European borders. It's not fair, I think. And nobody is ready to solve this issue. I think this is one of the most important tasks of a sovereign nation, of a European member states, to defend our common borders. So what my expectation is to use this honest language to avoid the double speeches. You know, I had the opportunity to visit around 700 villages and cities in Hungary before the election, and I had the opportunity to look into the people's eyes, to shake their hands, to listen to their problems. And I think it would be important for all other nations as well to rebuild the trust between the politicians and the citizens. So, yes, I think everything is possible, but we have to solve and we have to do our homework as well in Central Europe as well. I think we have the chance to be the center of Europe, but we have a lot to do, I think, together. Thank you.
Thank you for this. Mr. Plenković, you have taken your country into the Union, Schengen, and Euro. Now, when you put a position in Brussels that differs from the big partners that we have, do they take you as equal? And besides, let's say, personal relationships among EU leaders, does the whole architecture of decision-making in the bureaucratic apparatus in Brussels take as equals propositions that come from countries like ours, let's say, on day-to-day business, or do we still have to fight for them by EU leaders, for example?
I will take this as a provocation.
It is.
Well, when it comes to the European Council, I think there is a lot of mutual respect, no matter where we are coming from, a new member state, founding member state, richer, poorer, smaller, bigger. That is less relevant. What is relevant is the substance of the suggestion or a proposal, and the arguments that you put forward. So I would say when there are issues that we differ from the rest, if they are well argumented, people will understand. If they are not very well argumented, then of course there is a less chance to convince the other partners. But I think you have signaled the most important element in the structure of the decision making, and that's why I think the colleagues referred to the biggest contributors to the EU budget. I've spent a lot of my life dealing with the European Union, but when I look at different fora, this is perhaps the subject that is least spoken about. Basically, you have plus minus 10 member states that contribute almost to the 75-80% of the budget. And I think that is essential that we say publicly before we enter the final stages of negotiations, which Andrej referred, because Costa is touring the capitals. He'll be in Zagreb on Wednesday, I believe, and trying to somehow get the proximity of the positions in order to conclude the negotiations. The sooner, the better. I think when we have something really important, then we do our effort, and the colleagues do take care of it. Are we equally successful within the ranks of the various administrations, of the director generals, of the people who are functionaries, whether we can move them from their, let's say, some sort of standard positions? That is a bit more difficult. That's why I think, and I'm a big advocate of a very political European Council. The Council exists because of the fact that those who have the democratic legitimacy, who run the countries, can really steer the direction of the policies and the debates. That's why the more I would say, delicate topics are brought up to the Council, I think it will be better for our democracies. If it's too much run administratively, bureaucratically, with all due respect, then I think sometimes we will miss what is politically important for all of us.
Thank you. Mr. Janša, you've led Slovenia both in times when we were just, let's say, introducing European rules to Slovenia, and in the second phase where we are equal partners and participate in rule making. Now you have all mentioned the changes that happened and the crisis after the golden age, but is this the same European Union as the one that we joined as a European idea?
Well, the idea still exists, but the European Union is not the same. We all know. So I partially answered this question during my first intervention, but I will not say that this is something unusual. It's normal. So time is running and situation is changing. The question is changing on better or on worse. Huh? So and here there is no one answer. We see good developments and we see bad decisions influencing in the past, influencing our future, our current situation, and also our future, I'm afraid. So Andrei spoke about the negotiations regarding next European budget or multi-year financial framework. I've been negotiating 3 of them. Somehow we have governments when we negotiated those budgets, and I'm afraid that this decision will be the how to say, most difficult after the enlargement. Why? Because one thing is trust, as Peter said before. So. For any institution, also for the European Union, trust is an important thing. And people have to see that the money they're spending, because this is their money, it's not, it is not some institution in Brussels printing this money. So real value is created in the member states. So people have to see that this money is spent okay. So not through the tables when we see some infrastructure projects and we see that this project is financed by from the European funds. But also they see money we are spending as European Union going to elsewhere without any result or with a damage. So to restoring this trust and to make these negotiations viable, I think that we need to discuss or to develop more rational attitude toward the spending. And this is not just talking about coming from so-called frugal states, those countries who think that they contribute the most to the European budget, but this is, I think, now somehow majority opinion. And there are also new priorities, and we all know, especially us sitting here, that all priorities, also on national level, has to be recognized within the budget. It's the same with the European budget, and one of the priority, which is now, of course, very high, is defense, and everything what we need to invest as a Europe, as European Union, to increase our deterrence capacities and also real power. So we have been speaking after the enlargement that, Europe will shape the globe with a soft power. Now one of the things which are totally different than 20 years ago is that now we learned that only soft power is not enough. And this awakening call was very harsh. And if we see Ukraine, and if we visit Ukraine, and if we are visiting the graveyards there, we became aware of what was the price. So I think that what is coming, President of the European Council is coming on Friday with the same issue. So I'm very glad to learn from you what you discuss, where we are. So we will see. When you will read the titles in the media that European Union agreed next MFF, this will be good news when it happens. Huh? Last time we spent 4 days and 4 nights negotiating, but this was COVID period. This was final phase of negotiating. A COVID period when some danger coming, from not very well-known source, put us together, and the preparedness for compromise was much higher than in normal times. Now I don't see such atmosphere. Okay, we have war in Ukraine. It costs 120 billion per year, as we learned recently. A lot of this are financed by Europe. But as Andrei said before, there is no answer to the question how to stop the war. How long? And this question is very, very important when you discuss the money, especially when you discuss the money of the taxpayers. So this is one of the so-called lakmus paper, when we will see how able the current European Union is to face the challenges. There are many others, but we don't have time to speak about all of them.
Thank you. Mr. Babiš, the Czech Republic is among the most industrialized countries in Europe, and at the same time among the loudest critics of European regulation and strategic direction. So do you feel that you could grow even faster with a different strategic direction, and that the rest should listen to you? Something concrete in this field?
Mm-hmm. Yes, everything is about money. So I will explain you, we pay in 2014 to the European budget 1.1% of our GDP. And next year, 27, it will be 1.9%. So we pay more and we will pay more. What is the difference, paying and receiving? When we pay, we send euros, okay? When we receive, European Commission is telling to us 43% of green, 12% of soft. But our predecessor, and I think everybody knows Carlo Vivari, forgot to build the highways. And we will finish this highway because of our movement and our government in 2029. Unbelievable, 39 years. And we need to finish these highways. All member states, they build the highways and high-speed trains and everything before we enter. And this is the difference. This is the difference, and we have to explain to big states like Germany or France, because they have invested a lot in Czech Republic. They employ hundreds of thousands Czech citizens, and we are happy. But they are also concerned. So they have to take it into consideration that we would like to have the word how to use this money, which we are going to negotiate and to apply it. I mean, we need to build hospitals. We need the best and most modern checking, prevention of cancer, and all these things. And actually, today our government announced the deficit, which is not very nice, but we have decided to invest, and what we are looking for is just to have an understanding when we negotiate at the European and with the Commission. And I think Antonio Costa, which is now visiting all of us, I think he understood where is the problem, that there is a difference between our states and net payers. So that's why I hope that we can really convince and not to stay there, I don't know, 1 week, and that we will find understanding by these net payers.
Thank you. Mr. Musar, for a long time your country has been presented more as a warning rather than a model. But on the other side, many elements in these years, like identity, demography, migration, are seen by many as the right way for the European future. So what would you say that Hungarian experience can offer and should not be overlooked in the discussion regarding the reform of the Union, despite, let's say, the bad image in these years?
Thank you. Actually, we have very bad numbers in demography, just to tell you the truth. So maybe we're presented as a role model, but unfortunately the numbers are not so good. But of course, defending the external borders, I already mentioned the fight against illegal or irregular migration is a different story, and we will remain there and always ready to defend the external borders. But I was wondering that whether it was a good sign that we were speaking about interinstitutional questions, internal rulings, bureaucracy, while in China they are preparing new nuclear power plants or new electric car plants in Europe. I also had the opportunity to work in Brussels as a diplomat, so I know very well the triangle, the Commission, the Parliament and the Commission. And to be honest, I had some good experiences because I was just inaugurated as a Prime Minister, and I had to go to Brussels and to look into Ursula von der Leyen's eyes and to say that we are here for our money. You know, the Hungarian funds were freezed for 3-4 years, 16.4 billion euros. And to be honest, it was quite smooth. So it was one day and we received the money. And I mentioned to the President of the Commission that I would come back later if so a huge amount of money could be received in one day. But of course, it was just a joke. But I think we have serious difficulties. And sorry not to speak about Hungary, but it was also mentioned maybe by Prime Minister Plenković that the political role of the Council, the political leadership, there is a lack of political leadership, to be honest, in the European Union. It's a very bureaucratic system. I was suggested by one of our colleagues in the European Council. I will not mention his or his name. So, but I was told not to deal at all with the bureaucracy, not to reply them, because they will kill them, they will eat them. And it's not a good sign. I know that there is a fight among the institutions to have more and more powers. And I think we should concentrate again on the reality. It's time, I think it's the right time to go back to the founding fathers of the European Union and to concentrate on real issues, on the economic cooperation, on the competitiveness. I hope it's not too late, because you mentioned many bad decisions and very bad direction, but I hope that there is a chance, there is a feeling already in Brussels as well that we should change, but we should decide whether the European Union would like to survive only or to win. Because you need, I'm not a businessman, but I was not a businessman, but you need different approaches in case you would like to win. And I don't think this sentiment still in Brussels. And I think we have to work on it together here in Central Europe. And that's why the regional cooperation would be more and more important. Yes, we should use the cohesion fund. I'm very happy that we were able to discuss the high-speed train connections, possible high-speed train connections between Warsaw, Budapest, Prague, and Bratislava, and also was happy to mention it to the Prime Minister of Slovenia to go to Ljubljana as well, at least to examine and to think about it and to involve in the MFF, the multi-annual financial framework, to lobby in Brussels, to have EU funds, to rebuild the trust of the European people in the European Union and to decide finally direction. I know it's not easy. I was there in the European Council speaking about China. It's not an easy task. But finally, we started to discuss it, how to adapt the European Union to this new phenomenon. It's not new, actually. It's here for decades. And the situation is completely different than it was in the 1990s. But we should decide whether we would like to survive or to win. And I think we need a real political leadership. And again, sorry for repeating myself, to do the homework at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I started and I tried to, let's say, put the question of the crisis of identity and maybe some conceptual questions, but you're also pragmatic that you avoided it well, and we have really concrete discussion here. And now for the last round of discussion, let's wrap up these elements in the context of the global happening. So this European crisis, either of identity or leadership, is happening in a geopolitical context that is not waiting for our internal debate. So let's say that we overcome the differences, settle our identity and strategic direction. What then? Now, many leaders now stress that more decisions should be taken at home and fewer in Brussels. At the same time, we say that Europe must be a serious global player. Now, can these two go together? And let's say that the frame of my questions for the last round is the goal that Europe again becomes a global leader realistic at all? You know, can we really make Europe great again, or is more realistic to, let's say, remain able to decide about ourselves? Now, Mr. Plenković, the Draghi report set out a clear diagnosis of the European crisis. What has happened since in Brussels? And if not much has happened, how is that possible after such a loud alarm?
Well, when from the perspective of Croatia, you said we wanted Schengen, we wanted Eurozone, we also want one, let's say, global, not entirely global, but those most developed countries organization which is left on our plate, that is the OECD, and I'm grateful for the support of our neighbors for this objective together with Bulgaria and Romania, and we hope we will complete it by the end of this year. In the context of Draghi report, I think we should look together at Draghi's, Letta's and Niinisto's reports because they cover, let's say, complementary areas of EU policies. They have basically laid the ground for the Commission work program. There is no European Council meeting that we do not refer to something based in these reports, which basically wanted more competitiveness, more freedom and more security for European Union and its member states. I think globally our influence is under pressure, but it's still there. We are having difficulties sometimes in let's say, asserting the voice of the institutions compared to the big member states. I think crises such as Russia's aggression against Ukraine, such as the situation in the Middle East, somehow in terms of foreign policy activity favor smaller formats. We also have to understand that some of the big powers who are non-European actually are not great fans of the multilateral institutions. They prefer talking to the states. This is key. And who will they talk to? They will talk to those who are the biggest, the strongest economically, militarily, who have nuclear power. It is pretty obvious. So I think the debate should be restarted on strengthening the EU institutions, because sometimes if they are circumvented, then you have the impression that the whole system is less impactful. But when you look at the substance, when you look at the increased spending on defense, when you look at the trade that European Union has across the world, at the development aid, the role of our financial institutions that also play a role globally, I think put all together, it is extremely impactful. It's much more impactful than it's visible. So I think that we should work on our strengths. We should talk to our partners, try to avoid, let's say, tariff wars. I think this is damaging a lot the system of the global trade. And also try to find solutions that some of the wars which exist in our, let's say, not immediate, but let's say relatively close neighborhood impact the prices of the energy, which then ensues into the prices of oil derivatives, and oil derivatives increase prices of everything, and that increases the inflation. So we are not isolated at all from the behavior of the big powers. That's why the stronger we are, the more engaged we are, the more united we are, we will have a stronger role. That's why the whole pillar of the global Europe is very strong in the proposition of the next budget, and I think we all have a role to play. Big roles, smaller and medium-sized countries, good roles, like in a football team. We can't all be Haaland or Mbappe. And there are other positions in the team that we can play also very well and very useful.
Thank you for this. Mr. Janša, you're among the most consistent supporters of Ukraine from your visit to Kiev at the beginning of the war. And if Europe wants to count, it must be able to decide quickly and to be united. Now, some argue for a reform that would take countries to give up the right to veto, for example. So would that change anything in the right direction? Or what would you propose for Europe to become geopolitically relevant again and speak in one voice in questions like this?
I'm thinking if this is possible. So, currently I don't support so-called majority voting on such issues, because the division is too wide, and if we continue with this discussion, we will not come to an agreement. Because of many reasons. The most important is that the development during the last 2 decades was mildly speaking, only positive. The sentence I remember the most from my first European Council meeting, 2004, was listening to that time's President of the European Commission, José Manuel Barroso, who said, now after the enlargement, the European Union is capable to shape globalization. And there was nobody in the room who wouldn't believe this, because it was time of optimism, living the dreams. Europe is becoming free and whole, and so on. And then next step happened, which I think was a big step toward achieving this goal. This is creating the euro and euro area and so on. Because if you want to shape globalization, you have to have tools. A common currency, it is such tool. Global world. I remember then one of my visits in Washington, and there was discussion of famous think tank when Americans tried to persuade us that euro is a mistake, this will fall apart, don't join, it is a failure. Well, it is not a failure, but it was not enough, because then challenges came and we were not able to develop the proper answers, and we took some as was already mentioned, wrong paths. Forced green transition is one of these. What we achieved with forced green transition. We achieved that the industry moved from Europe. European companies established productions mostly in South Asia, living in the belief that we are saving the planet. But the regulation in those parts of the world regarding CO2 emissions and other environmental regulation is much worse than in Europe. So the total result was that Europe deindustrialized, we increased our dependency. At the same time, on global level, the emissions were not lowered. So what we have achieved. And of course, with forced green transition, we started, and we are still doing this. We are subsidizing industries in foreign countries and the development. Now the common sense is coming also to the European circles, but the price we have paid, we are paying, and we will also pay in the future was huge. It was huge, and we all feel this. So this was huge lost opportunity, because one of the strengths of the enlarged European Union was its economic power, its industrial power, also the ability to innovate, not only in the institutes, but in the companies. We have lost a lot of capacities during this process. And as I mentioned before, the enlargement, instead of forcing the enlargement to the Western Balkans and Eastern neighborhood, we started to create more and more conditions and chapters and so on. Well, now we see what's going on. So I think these were two biggest mistakes, and now we have limited time for fixing some things from the past and to adapt on the new challenges. And as I said before in my speech, the biggest question is, do we have enough time to catch the level? The question was if Europe is, or European Union is at the table when the biggest decisions are made across the globe. Sometimes it is. Regarding Ukraine, despite the impression that Europe is not an important player, we see that Europe is the most important player here. If there is no European money, European help, European whatever we are giving them, situation would be much worse. It's not only that this is the decision taken in Washington, despite sometimes if you read the press, it seems like that. But on some other issues, we are not automatically there at the table. 20 years ago, it was unimaginable that whatever is happening around the globe, somebody is discussing this, trying to solve it without the European Union. Now, sometimes we have to fight to get a chair around the table, mostly because of the mistakes we made, and also at the end, Andrei said everything is in the money. So If you look at the GDP figures across the globe, you will see that the European share is falling down, and the juicy part of the world is Southeast Asia, where the majority of GDP is created, new wealth, and so on. And next phase, we all know, is that those parts of the world which create more money, which are more competitive, more innovative, are more able to shape the globalization than those who are lagging behind. It was always like that, but now we are catching the roll. During last 20 years, we became dependent on cheap Russian energens, cheap products from China, and American security umbrella over the reasonable level, and now we are fighting to somehow catch the roll. So the common sense is coming, and I will repeat, the source of this common sense nowadays, I apologize to friends coming from western part of Europe, but common sense nowadays is coming from eastern part of Europe.
Mr. Babiš, your government has shifted Czech policy on Ukraine, and some say that this is a sign that Europe will never agree, not even on the most important question at a certain time. But on the other hand, is it really necessary for Europe to be always on the same page, or is it normal for a continent like ours that some will differ and we just have to find a different way or a different leadership that can use this plurality of opinions?
Yeah. So the last government lost elections because they were speaking 4 years about the war in Ukraine. We won elections because we were speaking about the daily life of our citizens. And I would like to comment the future of Europe. The future of Europe will be determined by the results of the elections next year. In 27, election in Poland, France, Spain, Italy, all these countries, and mainly on the result of European elections in 2029. And the problem of Europe, I remember the COVID time, when we were waiting at the airport for Chinese health equipment and American Pfizer vaccine. And we said, at that time, that we will arrange the local production. And this is the problem. This is the problem, to transfer the words to the reality. And we didn't do it. Now, in Ankara, somebody said that for the military production, NATO needs 10 raw materials, and 6 of them are produced outside of Europe in other countries like NATO. And normally it should act some action, that we should do something to be not dependent. Because what is happening now, China electric cars are really, they're everywhere. They're coming, and some, maybe our car industry in Europe, instead to produce cars, will produce tanks. Crazy. So this is really a problem. And if we have some plan, like maybe now this anti-ballistic missiles production, and I was in Ankara sitting and hearing the speech of Zelensky. This is his big problem, and for us this is the problem. So we have to do this in some way, and we have to discuss it concretely. And this is what I'm missing. That we, and you know, Janusz, how it is, and Andrei, we have all around, everybody speaking, instead to speak immediately about the problems of Europe. These are the problems of Europe. Yeah? So we are looking for leaders after, I don't know, and some leaders are leaving because they cannot participate anymore, and then now it's a different situation. And I was quite very much surprised when we were discussing about Russia and Ukraine that there was not, let's say, common view on this, and we leave this problem to the others, and it's a mistake, I think.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Magyar, if the Czech government has shifted its policy on Ukraine, your government has brought a tectonic change.
I forgot. Yeah. We continue in this ammunition initiative, which is important. Yeah. So.
Okay. So your government has brought a tectonic shift for the Hungarian position. Many see you as the great future, so as the great hope for the future of EPP. Now you have a minute and a half to the end of this panel. How are you going to play your cards in Brussels?
I'm lucky that you're running out of time. You know, I'm quite pessimistic concerning the global play of Europe for the time being. But the good news is that I'm always pessimistic. My colleagues could explain to you. I was very pessimistic before the Hungarian election as well, and we won with a landslide 2/3 majority. Now, according to the latest poll, we have around 70%, almost like in North Korea, so it's suspicious. But I think you need a short-term, a mid-term, and a long-term strategy. You should concentrate, and we are happy, and I'm personally happy to have the EPP, rather the European Union, to concentrate, to speak about strategical question, to concentrate on, from strategical point, very important, energy security, defense industry, the AI, etc. If we miss this opportunity to be involved in the AI or to deal more with education, R&D, etc., then we will miss everything. So we won't play global as a global player in the world. That's for sure. Of course, as I started, everybody has to do the homework at home first. So if we will do our homework at home. In case we will be successful, would be happy to play as a future or to help the European Union. But I completely agree with Prime Minister Babiš that next year, the elections in Europe next year will be crucial concerning the future of Europe. So we are happy to be here, to be more constructive than Hungary was before. It's not a big task to be more constructive than we were before, but it doesn't mean that we will not defend every minute the Hungarian interests, the interests of the Hungarian people. But I think this is the task of a prime minister and every member state to defend their own interests in the European Union. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much, and please a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
Super. Hvala.
Okay.
Prime Ministers, thank you for your conversation, Sebastian. And we're going to see you in here for the presidential conversation just in a few minutes. So please take your seats if you want to be part of it. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats if you are not sitting already, because we're having another fascinating conversations. Right now it's time for the presidential debate of President of the Republic of Slovak Republic and President of the Republic of Slovenia. So I would like to invite now two panelists that are ready to speak in here. So Peter Pellegrini, President of the Slovak Republic, and Nataša Pirc Musar, President of the Republic of Slovenia. Conversation will be moderated by Ali Jardin, editor of Delo, Slovenia.
Hello.
Živijo Ali.
Nataša Pirc Musar, the President of the Republic of Slovenia. Peter Pellegrini, the President of Slovak Republic. Let's start with my personal frustration. It happens many times that Slovenia and Slovakia are confused, mixed up. It's making me sad for something like 35 years. It happened a few weeks ago that Slovenian cyclist Tadej Pogačar was declared to be Slovak. A few years ago, Slovenian national anthem was on the program after a hockey match between Italy and Slovakia. Slovakia won. But there are many and many cases. So, Madam President, Mr. President, what to do? What to do that Slovakia and Slovenia will not be mixed up in the future?
Madam. That's a really, it sounds like an easy question, but it's probably not. I would say that this is happening less and less. You know, when I was not in politics, I was following the confusions between Slovakia, Slovenia, Slavonia was mentioned sometimes, which is part of Croatia. But now it's not happening so often, but sometimes it still does. But what's the solution for that? It's education. I mean, people should know the European Union member states. They should know how to tell the flags apart. I know we are causing problems because the pattern of the white, blue and red is the same in Slovenian and Slovakian flags, so it's only the coat of arms, which makes a difference. But I would say, you know, education. Let's have fun because of that. Yeah. Slovensko, Slovensko. What languages do we speak? I mean, we understand each other if we speak Slovakian and Slovenian. Most of it, I would say. What's your solution, Peter?
I fully agree with you, Madam President. I can maybe understand this when we speak about the cyclists, because a few years ago, the best cyclist was Peter Sagan from Slovakia. So, okay. Now, congratulations to you, of course. Yeah. But maybe you should mention where this happened, because I would say for 100% this would not happen in the countries of Central Europe, because we know very well what Slovakia is and where Slovenia is. So maybe we should send a message to our friends more in the West. They have to be well and better educated, as you mentioned, in geography, of course. But I think now it's more like a joke and maybe we can smile. But at the beginning, it was a little bit a trauma, let's say, 30 years ago. Yeah. But nowadays, I think most of the world understand what is the difference between Slovakia and Slovenia.
Okay, so we started with Tadej Pogačar. Let's wish fast recovery to him. We hope that soon he will be back stronger and stronger.
Of course.
President Pellegrini, what does the term Central Europe mean to you?
Central Europe, I think it's a place where are countries with very similar and difficult history after the Second World War. Completely different than our allies and partners in the western part of European Union. And as I said, not an easy one, because we went from central planned economies to free market economies, from Warsaw Pact to NATO. And still we have in our mind the difficult process, accession process to European Union. And I think this is something which makes from the central part of Europe a unique place, group of countries which sometimes understand better how to tackle some problems than our other colleagues, I think. And that is, I think, we should use it as an advantage. And Central Europe, you know, Slovakia, Slovenia, Poland, Czech Republic, Croatia, or all that others. We are even Slavic countries. So it is also something where we are connected by our tradition, roots, culture. It is also unique, because not everywhere you find a group of countries which are so much connected than Central Europe is.
Madam President?
The same question?
The same question, notion of Central Europe.
I always consider my country to be the center of Europe. That's geographically.
We also do the same.
Yeah, we call it the green treasure of Europe. So, but it's mostly geographically, and Central Europe is today also Austria, Switzerland, you said Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary. So it's quite a big geographical area. And you said, Peter, that, you know, we do have a lot in common from the history, from the remains of the days. But on the other hand, we do have also differences. If we look at the past, for example, Baltic countries were all they were part of Soviet Union. Your country, Czechoslovakia, at that time was part of the Warsaw Pact. Slovenia, part of ex-Yugoslavia at that time, was part of the non-aligned movement. So the history, I mean, is really, in certain ways, very, very different. But today, I think that Central Europe is a part of European Union which is showing also the old member states how to proceed and how to develop faster, how to adapt to the acquis communautaire. I will just tell you a couple of numbers. When Slovenia and Slovakia entered the European Union in 2004, we had to adapt 95,000 pages of acquis communautaire. You can imagine how much burden was that on the administrative bodies of our countries. Today, the countries which would like to enter the European Union, they have to adapt 105,000 pages of acquis communautaire. And, you know, when I had a conversation with Austrian President van der Bellen once, he said, Austria is not fulfilling all the conditions the new member states have to fulfill today. So we can be a role model. We can be a role model for the Western Balkan countries, which could see how much can be done in a short period. I always tell the numbers about Slovenia. You probably know the numbers about Slovakia by heart, Peter. But when we entered the European Union in 2004, our GDP per capita was 7,000 euros. Today, it's 36,000 euros, which is higher than in Portugal, Greece, and Spain. And Slovakia is breathing on our neck heavily. Also the Baltic countries. So we are, the new member states from Central Europe, a raw example what can be done in the period of, 20 years and some. So we did a lot, and I'm proud of that. And I'm pretty sure that you're proud of your country as well. So we can expand the knowledge. We can share the knowledge to other countries. That's the model that I see today. And if I may, Peter, just one thing. When we discuss the bilateral economic relationships between countries, there is still much to be done. Maybe, Slovenia was focused mainly to the partners when we got the independence, like France, Italy, Austria, and Germany, because they offered us a solution when we lost the Yugoslavian market. And we are very grateful for that. So the bilateral exchange between Slovenia and Germany, for example, today it's 16 billion euros. The bilateral exchange with Slovakia is 1.3 billion euros, so there is a room of improvement. And I would love to see the region to cooperate in economic sphere. For example, the bilateral exchange with Croatia, it's 8.4 billion euros, with Austria 7.2 billion euros. And the infrastructural projects that the prime ministers were talking about before should be our focus, you know? The energy, the railways, the roads. This is what we have to do, the better connectivity, and then the economical cooperation will boost, I'm pretty sure. And there is really a lot of maneuvering space to be better in that, in Central Europe.
You mentioned some elements that connects Slovakia and Slovenia. Where do you see other connections between Slovakia and Slovenia?
Okay.
They're better in hockey.
Okay. Thanks God. But, the language, which is very similar. We really are able to understand most of what you say. And also when I hear Nataša saying something to her staff, I understand what she needs. Culture, common history, as you mentioned. Not only the modern one, but also the history before.
In terms that we were all part of Austro-Hungarian Empire?
Yes. And it was a long term of our history in this region. But I think we have similar attitude, we are similar emotions and so on. So like nations, we are very close together. We are like brothers or something like that. So it is not just like a country which is not so far from us, 30 minutes flight from Bratislava, but I think in this moment, as Nataša said, within the European Union, we are much more connected than before. Slovaks love to visit Slovenia, and I'm very happy that the number of Slovenians coming to Slovakia is every year bigger and bigger, and we are happy for this. And of course, for example, last year during my visit in Slovenia, we visited together with Madam President your harbor Koper, because we would like to increase the volume which is transported from Koper towards Slovakia and then also to Ukraine, because we have very specific harbor which is not at the sea, but is at the border, where all the different type of transportation meets in the eastern part of Slovakia, which can be a hub to unload goods from the European type of railways to their system. And via Koper, we can create really an important route coming from the Adriatic Sea through Slovakia towards Ukraine, for example. And it will be even more important after the war will finish, and we will invest a lot to build up again Ukraine. So I think this is one great example of our cooperation when we see Koper as a little bit as a Slovak harbor at the sea, and they are using it really much.
There's one thing we have in common as well. Those are our soldiers in Slovakia, inside the NATO forces. I was there visiting them when I was in Slovakia. Zuzana Čaputová was the president at that time. And we are really a good partners inside NATO. That's also very important. So not just European Union, I have to mention that.
And I would like to add that we are not anymore junior member of European Union. You mentioned it very, very clearly. We have the same voice around the table. And I think we also feel ourselves after decades of reforms and everything, more self-confident. And I think we should be more loud. This region, when we are creating coalitions, as I think it was Prime Minister Babiš who said this. So if we are together, we can reach much more at the European level, but not to create coalitions, to create some problems or to be troublemaker, but to present our view of the future of European Union and Europe at all. Because during our long process up to today, I think we learned much, and sometimes we have on some very difficult problems we have better opinion or better recipe how to solve these problems than the older member states. So now I would say I don't feel anymore that Slovakia or Slovenia or our neighboring countries are junior members anymore.
Yeah.
They are still countries which thinks still that we are junior, but we are not. And in many numbers and figures, we are much more better than they are.
When you're 22, you would have much more rights than when you are 15. 22 years ago, we entered the European Union.
Yeah.
Okay, but would you agree that there exists something as like a specific, unique interest of Central European countries inside of European Union? What would be a specific interest of?
I would not say specific interest. Our interest is to create an environment where people feel safe, where they get good education, good health care, when they can have children, when the seniors can live a decent life, a place where we solve the daily problems of our citizens. So I would not say that we have some specific agenda. Of course, when we speak about money, we still are in the group of friends of cohesion. So maybe this is specific for this region, that we still need to invest a lot into the infrastructure.
Yep.
Because, in the past, we were focused so much to cooperate, let's say, horizontally, West and East, East and West. And now I think also through the 3C initiative, we understand that we need to be more connected also vertically. That means from north to the south and backwards. So I think maybe from this point of view, when we speak about the next European budget, we are a specific group of countries which will fight for cohesion funds and support for our agriculture and so on. But in general, I think we are proud members of European Union, and we would like not just to take something from European Union, but to contribute. And I would suggest, or I would like to say that we need more pragmatism within the European Union and less ideology, and more concrete actions and less slogans. Because sometimes I have a feeling that we speak a lot about, ideology and so on, but we need pragmatism and we need action. And not to be nice in front of TV or on press conferences, because people are looking and they wait for some concrete results, and they need that their problems will be solved.
Madam President, what do you see is the most significant contribution of Slovenia to European Union? Just because President Pellegrini mentioned that we shall contribute something. What can be our contribution? A famous Central European writer, Milan Kundera, mentioned that irony, not iron, but irony, is the most significant export product of Central Europe to other parts of the world.
Probably some irony is always at our souls and DNA, but okay, irony, I take it, as a humor, black humor sometimes. But what did Slovenia contribute to European Union? I will tell you what I wish that all the member states would contribute to European Union. And that's the belief to the pillars, to the foundation of this biggest peace project after the Second World War. And that's what we have to do, to believe in human rights and rule of law. Without that, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I do not see the progress of European Union as being a strong actor politically wise. When we discuss European Union, ladies and gentlemen, we are still the third strongest economical power on this planet. But politically wise, we are a dwarf. And it's our fault, because we are not doing enough to be unified in the politics and policies which are badly needed for the prosperity of our continent and for the prosperity of global politics, if you want me to say so. This unity that we are showing sometimes is making us even smaller than we are. So what Slovenia was trying, and I do hope that we will still try to do, is to believe and to fight for freedoms, human rights, and the rule of law. And above all, inside the rule of law, ladies and gentlemen, international law. International law is going, excuse my French, down the toilet. Because everybody is violating, not everybody, but the big powers are violating it because they can. And politically wise, European Union cannot have a strong voice because we do have some countries who tend not to believe in international law. If we lose the faith to international law, that means the end of humanity and the development of the modern democracies. That's what I believe in. And that's what I want my country to believe in.
President Pellegrini, you mentioned pragmatism. How to find the balance between pragmatism on one side and principles on the other?
It's not always easy, because I fully agree that we have to protect our values, and to protect the rule of law and human rights and everything, and this is a must. But it cannot consume 99% of our time. Then we have only 1% to solve our economical problems, energy problems, high energy prices. We are so much dependent on critical materials coming from abroad. So I think pragmatism, for example, nice example is pragmatic foreign policy. We are a small country, Slovakia, Slovenia. We are very, very strong anchored in European Union and in NATO. But we are very open economies, and we need to find for our companies, our producers, also new markets. So we don't like, for example, to find new partners to substitute European Union, but it must complement to it. That means if we travel to China, if we travel to India, if we travel to the countries in Latin America or the Southeast countries, I think this is a pragmatic foreign policy. We are not leaving European Union. We will still protect our values, our way of life, our culture, our tradition. But it is in our own interest for our economies to have good relationships with also big players, other world players. It doesn't mean that we have to stay isolated within the European Union. And I think this is pragmatism when we speak, for example, about foreign policy. And there is also criticism when we travel to such countries if we open the issue of human rights and these kind of things. But, we need, small countries needs to have partners, good relationships with big player, because it's the best what we can do also not only for our economies, but also for our safety.
But do both of you believe that pragmatic approach would bring substantial bigger prosperity to people of Central Europe?
Look, Mr. Babiš or Mr. Magyar mentioned again the Green Deal. It was, again, from the beginning, it was not pragmatic approach. It was ideal picture that we will save the planet. And I fully agree. You see what is happening also in these months and weeks because of climate change. Everybody sees that it is here, and we have to do something against this. But on the other side, you cannot come with a program in which you destroy your economy and you are losing jobs at the EU territory. You have to find, with the pragmatic approach, a balance in between. And sometimes I think that at the European level, we are sometimes too much optimistic. And then We are watching what is going on when we are implementing these optimistic programs. And then we have another group of problems somewhere else. So pragmatism for me means to find the right balance, to protect the planet, to protect the environment, but also to use the environment and to protect our jobs and the quality of the life of our citizens in Europe. This is, from my point of view, pragmatism.
If I may, there are some fields where you cannot be pragmatic. And excuse me, climate change is not one of them. Maybe we were too fast in some solutions, but I will just tell you an example for Slovenia. We have promised in the COP in Paris that the planet is not going to get warmer than 1.5 degrees of pre-industrial era. We failed. In 20 years, we didn't do enough. And Slovenia, because of geographical position, is warming up even faster. We are already on 2.5 above that. So on certain fields, pragmatism is the not right way to go. I know that to fight climate change is expensive. It's very expensive. But we have to find common solutions. But again, I'm always full of numbers. Sorry, when I cannot sleep at nights, I read statistical numbers. And I read once that 80% of all bad carbon dioxide emissions are put into our air by the G20 countries. 4 European countries among them. Italy, Germany, France, and United Kingdom. That's 80%. And I do understand pragmatism, Peter, you're talking about, because the countries which are not contributing so heavily we do feel sometimes trapped because the bigger ones are not doing enough. And this is why we have to remain vocal about this. So it's US, it's China, it's India, and 4 European countries who have to do more than we do. But that doesn't mean that we have to stop and watch the planet being destroyed in front of our eyes. And that's the obligation we have for the future generations. Pragmatism towards China, for example. I can accept this because China is now, China is going to be #1 economic superpower in the world very soon. United States are in decline, that's a fact. But if we want to cooperate with China, I do know that as a president, I cannot go to Xi Jinping and give him a lecture on human rights. He will tell me, Madam President, we're not going to discuss this. So in certain ways, we can accept pragmatism, we can accept realpolitik, but in many fields I cannot. And the biggest problem I do see today, Ali, is the lack of trust among us, politicians on high positions. If we are not going to start trusting each other, how can we solve the problems which are there and they look unsolvable? But we cannot and we must not accept the position that they are unsolvable. We have to do something. We have to work on that. In some ways with pragmatism, but in some parts, pragmatism is just simply not the right way to do it. And what's politics? What's the definition of politics? Making compromises, but not rotten ones. But for that, we have to talk to each other, and we have to trust each other. And the biggest problem, I will repeat, the lack of trust among us is causing majority of the problems we are seeing today. Because we do not trust each other, some big countries do think that they can solve the problems with guns. Russia as the aggressor? What United States are doing, sorry, we are allies, but if I cannot tell a friend that they are doing something wrong, then he or she or it is not my friend. And this is not right what the big superpowers are doing. And again, neglecting the international law just because you can? Sorry. I will always be sad because of that, and I will always be vocal about that.
Lack of trust.
Yeah. I trust you.
lack of trust, is it going on in Central Europe too?
No, we trust each other.
We do.
Absolutely. I trust her.
Because on the other side, as Milan Kundera said, that huge diversity was a significant element of Central Europe, and diversity could be a reason for lack of trust, or not?
It can be, and diversity means progress, if you ask me. If we were all equal and we will all talk the same language and the same words, I often say this to young generations, it would be bloody boring. But the essence of that is dialogue, dialogue, dialogue. What I often say to the Balkan countries, to the Western Balkan countries, 3 points they have to remember. And I don't want to be a professor teaching them. We have Professor Ernest Petric here who's, more than capable to be more punctual than I am. But if you agree on something, respect this to the last letter on the agreement. This is not the case in Western Balkan. Just look at the relationship between Pristina and Belgrade. The second point, which is often a problem in many countries, is a reconciliation process. That's the toughest job the politicians have to do. Remains of the past will always follow us, and we cannot change the history. Can you just imagine how hard work is now lying ahead of Ukraine and Russia? Today, most of the people will say we hate each other. But when I had the opportunity to talk to 20 teachers from Ukraine, it was a really very nice project that I was a patron of. And we are trying to offer psychosocial help to Ukrainian kids, post-traumatic syndrome of the war. Horrible things are going on there. But the end of my conversation with Ukrainian women was, please do not hate every Russian. And what I said to Russian people when I meet them, do not hate every Ukrainian. This is not the right way to do it. And again, reconciliation process is going to take years and years and years. And it's on us how we are going to tackle this problem. And third point, the exodus of young people in the Western Balkan countries. We are also, we see this in Central Europe as well. The brain drain index is actually quite high, I know, in Hungary, also in Poland, also in my country, not as high as in Hungary, for example, but Hungary, I hope they're going to do much better now under the new government. But if we watch Western Balkan countries, the brain drain index is devastating. So if we are not going to offer the young people a chance to stay, then we fail. And we are failing, ladies and gentlemen. And I feel this as the biggest responsibility of me being a president and of my fellow colleagues. Why do we have to fight with each other? Dialogue. If you're not successful the first time, try the second time, try the third time. And if we discuss, sorry, Peter, I know that Slovakian position is a bit different, about how to solve problems between Russia and Ukraine. But I have to say one thing. The peace negotiation process should not go on without Ukraine being present. And we are facing this today on a daily basis. How come that Russia and US are discussing peace in Ukraine without Ukraine being present? Again, is that the dialogue we want to see? I do not have a magic wand. I do not have a magic ball in front of me. But what I can say and what I do believe in is dialogue, not guns.
We are in the second half of our debate. When I try to find out some common characteristics of Central Europe, I found out that first name Peter is one of the most significant and most common names in Central Europe. Name Peter is common in Slavic languages, in German-speaking part of Central Europe, and in Hungarian part of Central Europe. President Pellegrini, do you see other common features of Central Europe, not only the name that is yours name, Peter?
Of course, it would be not enough just to...
Just as a disclosure, this part of my questions was generated by assistance of artificial intelligence.
Okay. Now I understand the question. Look, I think our great potential are and will stay for the future well-educated people. You know, we are still able to learn a lot because we suffered a lot in the past. So we do not have oil, we do not have gas, we do not have the raw materials and critical minerals or something like that. We have just the people. And I think that asset in this part of Europe is well-educated, are well-educated people. And I think if you mentioned artificial intelligence, now we have to find a way how to stay still well-educated even when we have AI at disposal. Because sometimes I start to be afraid that thanks to these new technologies, we start to be less educated because we are able to find everything, like about the name, what you mentioned a few minutes ago. So also, when I speak about AI, my answer to AI is always education. And well-educated people which are able to confront AI and which are able to work with this new technology. And I think this is a new revolution ahead of us. And I think with great educated people, we don't need to be so much afraid. If we continue and be nice, you know, sorry for my pragmatism always, because I served as a prime minister, minister, and so on, so I was always trying to find a compromise everywhere. Good educated people, but also a fast implementation of the new technologies in area where it makes no risk for us. Slovakia, Slovenia, probably we will not invent again the new biggest model in the world, but we can be front runners. Again, not just in Slovakia, Slovenia, but in Central Europe, in early implementation, in healthcare, education, I don't know where, maybe not in the sensitive area, but we can, because of our size, can be really front runner. It was our part of Europe where the contactless payments cards were tested, where the new 4G, 5G were tested, or 3G at that time, in our part of the world. So I think AI, okay, regulation is now on the table. We have the European AI Pact, and I know that you work a lot with this legislation and protection of data, Nataša. You are an expert, not me. But we have to avoid the over-regulation. Of course, we have to protect sensitive data. We have to guarantee security for the people. But on the other side, we should not put another layer of regulation on new technologies because we will stop the innovation. We have to find a regulatory framework, and maybe it's time to speak about not regulation of AI, but governance of AI. And I will finish with this, because we have to be very careful that this new technology will be weaponized. That means, in this moment, it is in hands of 6, 7 big companies in the world, even 6, 7 concrete people which own these technologies. And few months ago, it was, I think, in the United States when Anthropic decided, or the government decided, that the highest model can be used only by US citizens and US companies, and that the rest of the world can use only something on the lower level, not such in such a quality or efficiency. And it is dangerous that somebody can, again, start to divide the world, who will have access to this new technology and who will not. And it is against everything about we are trying to speak today here on this podium together. Not to create another inequality. We have to try that AI serve all people in the world in the same way, and it is not in hands of few individuals, which will use it sometimes against us.
President, Madam
Yeah,
President,
I agree
we
with
have
most of what you
one
have
minute.
said. 1 minute, I'll be fast.
Your vision of regulation.
Yeah. I will tackle just one field that it needs to be tackled connected to AI. You said, Peter, that you are against heavy regulation. And we do have an AI Act, which is telling us what's not allowed, what has to be supervised, and what's allowed freely. Yeah, that's okay. But do not forget that there is one field out of that scope completely, and that's automotive weapons and artificial intelligence. Bioweapons and artificial intelligence. This is what we have to regulate urgently.
Fully agree.
And if you do have time, just a couple of days ago, there was an interview with Bill Gates in New York Times. And he's now trying to explain why the artificial intelligence in this field is so dangerous. And he's also discussing the losing of jobs of many people, so that we have to find a right balance to use the AI and to still offer people a dignity, a decent job to survive. So that's what ahead of us. But never forget, artificial intelligence is neither artificial nor intelligent, because it possesses the knowledge that human beings are creating. And so we have to create regulation as well. That's necessary. And high-tech companies, I was part of the GDPR process. You remember 2018 when GDPR was the word of the year, I think. And there were, I often say again this number, 3,999 amendments were presented to the European Parliament to lower the standards of data protection in GDPR. With the AI Act, it's different today. Big tech companies are asking for regulation. In some ways, they're quiet because they're still, earning trillions of dollars. But deep down, they do know that regulation is needed. But because of defense is out of the scope of European Union pillars, I see United Nations as the only platform where we can discuss automotive weapons and artificial intelligence and regulation. That's the fact.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Nataša Pirc Musar, President of the Republic of Slovenia. Peter Pellegrini, President of Slovak Republic.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, thank you so much for a great conversation. Ali, thank you as well. And please don't leave the room, because we're just going to be starting in a very important conversation and also a presentation of the BSF Distinguished Partner Award 2026. And we're going to move a bit from discussion about what is happening here and now in the Central Europe and the future of Central Europe that we've been discussing quite a lot, to move and actually talk about Ukraine a bit and the human rights, which is a very important topic. So please take your seats as soon as possible. We're just gonna have a short moment in here. Bled Strategic Forum is full of conversations that matters, that hopefully change Europe, change the world. We already heard quite a lot from prime ministers of the Central Europe and now to presidents, and we just follow up shortly. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, is it time to take your seats? Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have an important presentation right now. And if you take your seats, I would like to now present with a great honor someone who, in a time of multiple crises, when it's becoming dangerously easy to grow indifferent to human suffering, reminds us of something fundamental: the value of every human life. It is often said that women are still not properly represented in international politics and international institutions. This is a sad truth. Yet, history has shown us something else as well. Women are often at the forefront of the fight for justice. And Oleksandra fights. She fights by speaking out and standing up for the truth. She fights by documenting the aggressor's war crimes. She tirelessly fights for justice. For Ukraine, for the Ukrainian people, for families, for children, and for those who have been abducted and taken from their homes. But her fight reaches far beyond Ukraine. It is a fight for the principles on which our international system is built, for the belief that international law must protect people, that war crimes cannot go unpunished, and that human dignity must never become negotiable. The Bled Strategic Forum Distinguished Partner Award recognizes individuals who have played a key role in raising awareness of global and regional strategic priorities, and who contribute to the mission of the Bled Strategic Forum. Oleksandra embodies that mission. As a human rights lawyer, she has made defending human rights and human dignity her life's mission and work, and perhaps her message. And the reason we are honoring her today is best expressed in her own words. Justice is not a privilege. Justice is a basic human right. Oleksandra, your courage reminds us that justice does not defend itself. It needs people willing to stand up for it. And you made it. Your Excellencies, dear guest, it is my great privilege and honor to invite on stage the President of the Republic of Slovenia, Nataša Pirc Musar, to present the BSF Distinguished Partner Award to Ms. Oleksandra Matviichuk.
It's my honor, dear Oleksandra. I always wanted to meet you in person, and today is that day, and I feel privileged. And please accept this award from my hands on behalf of Slovenia and Slovenian people for everything you have done for your country. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for this recognition, and I would like to use this unique opportunity to express my sincere gratitude for people in Slovenia, for your support, for your solidarity with people in Ukraine in this dramatic time of our history. We are fighting for freedom in all senses, for freedom to be an independent country, not Russian colony, for freedom to preserve our identity and not to be forced to educate Ukrainian children as Russians, and for a freedom to have our democratic choice. And we are fighting not just for ourselves, because only spread of freedom make our world safer. Thank you, Madam President.
So we will now continue with a talk show with Oleksandra Matviichuk. But first of all, congratulations again on receiving the award. I usually start conversations by introducing my guests briefly, but this time I will begin by sharing an anecdote about you. I recently had the opportunity to watch The Veto, a documentary film by Tim Slade, which highlights the problems caused by the misuse of veto power in the UN Security Council. You appear in the film. It reveals that you are a human rights defender, a Nobel Peace Prize recipient, and the leader of the Center for Civil Liberties. It also portrays you as an expert in human rights and an excellent analyst. You knew, long before 2022, that the plan to attack Ukraine had been prepared by Moscow. Seeing and listening to you in the film made me hope that I would have the opportunity to greet you, as I said, in Slovenia today. And I'm happy, really happy, that you accepted my invitation and came here. You came to Bled in a very difficult time for Ukraine. And I was thinking of presenting you with a picture of coming from Ukraine that has been suffering for 4.5 years of the Russian aggression already. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget this is longer than the First World War and the Second World War. And this war actually forced you to evolve into a truly global figure as an ambassador of humanity. So while we will talk about Ukraine, we will also discuss the state of international law and international relations. But let me start with the documentary film that I mentioned, The Veto. Why did you agree to appear in it? And what message do you want people to take from that documentary?
It's a very timely film. I don't know how historians in future will call this historical period, but we happen to live in very turbulent times when the world order based on UN Charter and international law has collapsed. This system was created after the Second World War to prevent wars and mass violence, but now we're just stalling and reproducing ritualistic movements for obvious reasons. Even my smartphone has an expiration date. The system has never been reformed. So this film is calling to reform UN system to provide a security and human rights guarantee for all people, regardless where they live. And it's a very important task when we see how fires like wars emerge more and more often in different parts of the globe because this international wiring is faulty and sparks are everywhere. And it's especially important for people in Ukraine because, ironically, we found ourselves in the epicenter of the event that will shape the new world order, because with this war, Putin attempts to convince the entire world that country with a strong military potential and nuclear weapon can do whatever it wants, can invade another country, kill people there, erode their identity, steal their children, and even forcibly change the internationally recognized borders. And if Putin succeeds, it will change completely what people in future will recognize as acceptable.
You know, the film actually presents the argument that the veto is treated as if it is above the international law. We are both lawyers, so we often have the perspective from the legal point of view, and there's nothing wrong with that, because I think that the law is a tool which is not driving us into a chaos. And for example, a permanent member of the UN Security Council could block food aid when starvation is occurring. Are we aware of that fact? Ukraine has exposed the consequences of a permanent member abusing its veto power while simultaneously violating international law. Reforms to curb the veto haven't been successful. Oleksandra, how do you see, as a lawyer and a human rights defender, can this problem be addressed? How can it be addressed? Because to have an absolute veto power, you know the sentence, the power corrupts, absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. Veto is a strong power. Absolute veto is the strongest power you have on this planet. Where do you see a solution?
Yes, it's a problem, and it's not first time when one country uses veto power to violate the basic international principles. I will remind that when the war in Syria was going on, Russia at least 7 times uses veto power to prevent, to transfer Syria portfolio to the International Criminal Court. So I think first has to be done to say enough, it's enough. And we must to do something with it. That it's not just problem of Ukraine, that country with a veto power in UN Security Council decided that they can liquidate our independence. And yes, I'm a human rights lawyer, and I know that it's not very popular topic, I mean reform of UN, inside UN itself. Unfortunately, it's not very popular topic among leaders of different countries because it takes time and not provide immediate political benefits. But I think that we must find leaders of the countries who feel historical responsibility, who are brave to put this question on the table and to build a coalition of such leaders. And then we will have a chance for changes and hope will arise. Because what hope is about? Let's be clear. Hope is not wishful thinking. It's a completely different thing. Hope, it's cognitive strategy. Hope means that we know that it's not certainly that everything will be fine. Hope, it's a deep understanding that all our efforts have a huge meaning.
We are all aware of the fact that to change the Charter of the UN, we need the voices of all the permanent 5 member states. So it's sometimes we can say that it's mission impossible. But I do agree with you that we have to hope and be vocal about that because it really matters. We see that United Nations is non-functional at the moment because of the abuse of the veto powers. But you know, Oleksandra, what I find most impressive about your advocacy for human rights is that you consider the criminal acts carried out during the war from a global perspective rather than strictly illustrating your arguments with the case of Ukraine. You once said something I would like to repeat. Quote, all crimes, genocide, war crimes and crimes against humanity must be punished regardless of their status. However, it seems to me that the institutions designed to try such crimes are in crisis. What is your opinion on the current state of the international jurisprudence? And where do you see the key sources of the problem?
I mentioned before this international architecture has collapsed, but there is also another problem. We lost human dimension in politics. Let me provide a clear example. A peace negotiations that were launched by President Donald Trump to stop this bloody war. And being a human rights lawyer, let me assure you that people in Ukraine dream about peace. Because war is horrible. Probably the most horrible thing that just can happen in human life. So people in Ukraine dream about peace, but simply don't want to be occupied by Russia, because occupation is not a peace. It's the same war, just in another form. But return to this peace negotiation process. According to UN, the first year of Trump peace negotiation became the deadliest year for Ukrainian civilians since the large-scale war started. Because the numbers of people who were killed or injured increased in 31% in comparison with the previous year, and I mean civilian people who live in Ukraine. And if we go further, this year, UN told that just in 4 months of this year, the numbers of deaths and injuries among Ukrainian civilians increased in 21%. So we see that the numbers are skyrocketing. So what is the problem with this peace negotiation? Because it's not something that you're expecting as a result of it. The problem is that we lost human dimension. Politicians discuss natural minerals, Russia's territorial claims, geopolitical interests. They don't speak about justice, and they don't speak about people. When they discuss the problem of occupied territories, they speak like about empty spaces. But I'm sorry, the spaces are not empty. Millions of Ukrainians live there in gray zone without any tools how to defend their rights, their freedom, their property, their life, their children, their beloved ones. And Russian occupation is not just changing one state flag to another. Russian occupation means enforced disappearances, torture, rape, denial of your identity, forcible adoption of your own children, filtration camps, and mass graves. So I think we must remind ourselves for what all this international architecture was about. It was about human beings, their lives, their freedom, and their human dignity. We must return human dimension into politics.
So, Oleksandra, let us bring the discussion back to Ukraine. I have read that you have a very special dress ready for the day you see Putin in an international courtroom.
It's true.
You have launched the T4P initiative, Tribunal for Putin. You are preparing the case against him and have documented thousands of crimes committed under his leadership. Could you tell us more about this? How many crimes have you documented so far? How do you gather the evidence? And most importantly, sorry to ask so many questions at once, there can be no doubt about how compelling that evidence is. But the most difficult question of all is how to bring Putin to justice.
When large-scale war started, we united our efforts with dozens of organizations from different regions and built a national network of local documentators to cover the whole country, including the occupied territories. And working together, we jointly documented more than 100,000 episodes of war crimes. And to be clear, we are not just documenting violations of Geneva or Hague conventions. We are documenting human pain. And while this war turns people into the numbers, what we are literally doing, we are returning people their names. So this is what we are working about. And let me share with you one story from our database. This is a story of a 10-year-old boy, Ilya, who was in Mariupol in 2022. When Russians tried to siege the city, they didn't allow the International Committee of Red Cross to open Green Corridor and to vacate civilians. And that is why Ilya and his mother had to hide in the basement of their building from Russian shelling. They melted snow to have water, and they made fires to cook at least some food. But when supplies ran out, they were forced to go out, and suddenly they appeared in the center of Russian shelling. Ilya's mother was hitting her head, and the boy's legs were torn. With the last strength, his mother took your son to the friend apartment. It was no medical assistance because prior to this, Russians deliberately destroyed maternity hospital and the entire medical infrastructure in Mariupol. So in this friend apartment, they just lay down on a couch and they hugged each other. They were lying like this for several hours. And this 10-year-old boy told my colleague how his mother died and got frozen right in his arms. So we have more than 100,000 such kinds of stories. And the problem is that all this hell that we face in Ukraine, it's a result of total impunity that Russia enjoyed for decades, committing horrible crimes in Chechnya, Moldova, Georgia, Mali, Libya, Syria, other countries of the world. They have never been punished. They believe they can do whatever they want. So we must break this circle of impunity, not just for people in Ukraine, but in order to prevent a next Russian attack to the next nation.
Yes, please. Sorry, Oleksandra, but I have to go a bit into politics as well. You have to follow to see what's going on because you are waiting for the results as much as we are sometimes waiting for the results. But thinking back, what could have been done differently in Europe and globally to prevent this war of aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine? What did we miss, we in politics? What did the world not see?
As a human rights lawyer, I have often heard that human rights are important, but economic benefits, geopolitical interests, and security concerns are even more significant. The fault of this approach is that peace, development, and human rights are inextricably linked, and countries that grossly violate human rights provide a threat not just for their own citizens. This country provides threats for the peace and security in general, and Russia is a bright example. But for the decades, European countries turned the blind eyes for all human rights violations that Kremlin was doing inside the country, killing Russian journalists, imprisoned Russian activists, dispersing peaceful demonstration there. They shaking Putin's hand, building gas pipeline, doing business as usual. And this encouraged Russians to move further because there is a good Russian proverb, appetite grows during the eating. So I think this was a mistake, that we forget that yes, economic benefits are important, yes, geopolitical interests are important, but without values of human rights, even if we benefit in a short-term perspective, we will all await a catastrophe in a long-term perspective. So now we have to deal with the consequences.
I will now ask you $1 billion question, Oleksandra. How do you see this aggression could be stopped? Do you have the answer?
It's a good question, and for sure we're all reflecting about it because we want peace. And we see peace as a freedom to live without fear of violence and have a long-term perspective. So it's completely different of capitulation or occupation that Russia is proposing us on these so-called peace negotiations. But the question is still relevant. How make Putin to stop this bloody war? And two things I must admit. First, we have to understand his goal. Putin has launched large-scale war, not because he wants to occupy just one more piece of Ukrainian land. Putin has started large-scale war because he wants to occupy and destroy the whole Ukraine and move further. He sees Ukraine as a bridge to Europe. His logic is historical. He dreams about his legacy. And unfortunately, human lives is the cheapest resources for Russian state. And second, let me turn to historical analogy. When Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, Soviet families started to receive coffins. And even in Soviet Union, it's resulted in negative resonance inside the society and Soviet withdrawal from Afghanistan. So Russians study this historical precedent, and now when Russian families received coffins from Ukraine, they received a lot of money. So what has to be done? There is no magic button, as you rightly mentioned, but the approach is we must make the price for war for Putin higher than the price for peace. It's not just about military dimension, it's about very complicated and sophisticated economic measures to decrease the ability of Russian economy to feed this bloody war. Because when Russians start to receive coffins without money, it will have completely another dynamic inside Russian society. Russia pretends to be great, but Russia is very poor. So you have to understand that for a majority of Russians from depressive regions to join Russian army, it's the only existing social lift, because they start to receive money that they can't even dream in their depressive regions. Even more, our Russian human rights colleagues, human rights defenders, told us that when this person will be killed in this war, his family will receive money that this concrete person would never earn, even if he will work till the end of his life. And our Russian human rights colleagues and friends call this type of economy necronomy. We must break this necronomy who sells death.
Oh, dear Oleksandra, thank you very much for sharing the wisdom that you do possess, the energy that you still have after 4 years and a half of the aggression to your country. And I would just like to pass you one quote of Martin Luther King Jr. That's, one of my favorite quotes, but I will pass it to you. He said, "Our lives will end the day when we become silent about the things that matter." Continue to do what you do. Be vocal about it. Never lose hope. I will try to help you in as much as I can. I believe in human rights and in humanity, and I see you do as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Vala. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a time for our next conversation. Right now we're going to have a conversation of the foreign ministers, and I would like to ask you to please take your seats so we can start briefly. It's going to be a conversation on the geopolitical turmoil, Central and Southeastern Europe in a world of corridors, security and enlargement. So when we are ready, I would like to invite next panelists on stage. Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Croatia, Gordan Grlić Radman. Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia, Tony Kaiser. Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of the Republic of North Macedonia, Timcho Mucuński, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Hungary, Anita Orban, and European Commissioner for the Mediterranean, Dubravka Šuica. The conversation will be moderated by Evelina Chakarova, geopolitical analyst and founder of Face for a Conscious Experience.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We have a very, I would say, interactive session with several foreign ministers and a commissioner. And we have only one constraint, which is our time, since we were told we have to be very disciplined in our answer. So my intention is actually to have 2 rounds, very, I think, challenging, but we will have 2 rounds of conversations. Now, as you heard, our topic is one of, I would argue, most relevant ones for the region of Central and Southeast Europe, which is geopolitical turmoil and how the region is navigating in this region. And I would say that this region of Central and Southeast Europe is the one that's no longer just connecting East and West, but also North and South, and is turning into strategic space. And I would start with Minister Kaiser by asking what is the one regional strategic gap that you think your government and your country can help together, of course, with the European Union, with NATO, with your partners in closing, and how exactly should Slovenia contribute? And on top of that, second question to connectivity, again related to the region, is what must this region of Central and Southeastern Europe actually build together, in your view, maybe one specific initiative that could genuinely turn the region into strategic connectivity hub, of course, together with international partners, and maybe you can name some of them as well.
Thank you for this question. I think this is the right time now because the panel of foreign ministers is always following the panel of the prime ministers, presidents, so that then the foreign ministers can do the operational part. I'm happy to have Gordon here with me. We just had a really productive meeting between our 2 prime ministers. We didn't talk only about the bilateral things, but also those regional dimensions. And what was basically pointed out during the first panel of the prime ministers is the importance of the region, as you mentioned, in this geopolitical context, because we cannot run away from the situation as it is. We can live in the world of created narratives, but the reality is deteriorating in front of our eyes. I'm happy to have European Commission here with us, and also good that Timcho is with us because he's from the region we are talking about, which is basically organically connected with the Central Europe. And we are talking here about basic things, security. There is no security in Central Europe if we don't have the secure neighborhood, if we don't have would say stable, we called it, it's a kind of a, not a geographical expression, Western Balkans. And here, I think the new Slovenian government, we are now in office for let's say 2 months, it's proven that this priority we put basically as one of the key priorities to build on the resilience together as neighbors, and also to make the region be aware that we have more things to do together than those which might be of irritation between us. Before it was said, and nobody actually asked the question, can Central Europe function in the same way as the Northern Europe? We know that the northern countries and the Baltic countries, they are forming quite a unique cluster of defining their common denominator, and then they are also, in a way, building their own competitiveness, helping also the European Union as a whole to go through this process. And I think here in Central Europe, we are in the same position, even more exposed now if we are looking geographically to the south. All those key issues were mentioned before, including the illegal migration. You mentioned the energy security, security of the supply chains. So to make the long intervention short, I would like to be down to the earth. We are making now concrete steps. I already had a meeting with Anita. She will tell you on this bilateral thing to build on the platform. There is a platform of V4, the Prime Minister of Hungary mentioned, and I think it's now time to make an operational plan together. On those key elements, we are going to work together basically to achieve all those goals we as a Central Europe should do for ourselves and also for European Union, which is facing, as we have, I mean, it's obvious that the European Union as a whole needs a structural adaptation. So, but we can talk about the concrete projects. Slovenia is at the crossroads, east-west, north-south. We are also lucky to have a port of Koper together with Port of Reka and Trst. We don't have today our Italian colleague. This is I would say, a Mediterranean dimension. So Slovenia can offer here what I would say contribute much more. Being partly Alpine, Mediterranean, and also Pannonian.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Minister. Minister Radman, I will actually follow the order of introduction in the first round. Minister Radman, which is Croatia's most urgent security theater? Is it rather NATO's eastern flank? Is it rather Southeast Europe, what many call Western Balkans? For clarification in the audience, and or maybe is it the Mediterranean, given the different scope and definition of security threats? And in addition, which concrete connectivity project would actually Croatia prioritize to turn the region of Central and Southeast Europe into a strategic connectivity hub, of course, given the Croatian interests? Of course, all of our participants can chip in on the statements of the other panelists if you have also something to add on what Minister Kaiser, for example, gave as a feedback already.
Thanks so much. And first of all, thank you, Anatone, for having invited me. And it's always a pleasure to be at the Bled Strategic Forum. It's my 8th time in a row to be in Bled, and so I am also happy and to be invited, of course, and to be also in Bled. I also am happy to see my colleagues, my former colleagues and foreign minister from Austria and Romania, former colleagues, but still friends there. Yes, we are also neighbors, and your question is related actually not only to Croatia, but to some extent it's something we share. It's connectivity, and of course, Joanna mentioned this specific position of Croatia at the crossroad between the Mediterranean and Central Europe, and so the Croatia is entry point when it comes together with Slovenia, the Adriatic Sea, and on. But so that what I wanted also to say, between eastern flank and southern flank, and it's very important and very challenging position, and therefore, so it's reason why we support the 360 degrees and approach and of the NATO, and so to be in this position, it's very challenging for Croatia when it comes to the security, when it comes to the threats. So Russia stays as a long-term threats to the Euro-Atlantic security, and this is about a pattern of behavior and not over the many years. But not about the one war. But there are also others and threats, and they have not gone away. Instability to our neighborhood, to our south. There is some cyber, hybrid threats, and growing also the global competition and so on. We work with all of them at the same time. And as you see, for example, many of you followed the summit in Ankara. We agreed concrete steps. First of all, the European allies and Canada raised the defense budget, and of course, fifth in 1 year. And Croatia supports the goals agreed on the summit also before, and 5% of GDP till the 2035. 3.5%, and so core defense, and 1.5% is just on the defense related the defense. And so when it comes to, for example, Ukraine, also we agreed on 70 billion euros and helping Ukraine. Ukraine is not separated on our agenda. Even it's integrated in our agenda, so it's run through all the topics and when it comes to our agenda. And so Croatian experience disregard is very important, having in mind that we have this expertise as a victim of an aggression. Croatia knows demining, or Croatia knows war trials. Croatia knows how to organize elections, for example, after the war. We know how to get and how we include the former part of occupied territories into the state, so that Croatia could be helpful in this regard. And when it comes to transatlantic integration and transatlantic, of course, cooperation, it's even in Ankara, it was evident that every country wants to have better connections to their transatlantic unity. It's something that's indispensable, and we have to work on strengthening our ties. Of course, we're living in difficult times, full of challenges, but in this time, it's necessary to find the solidarity, to find a common ground, how to face the instability, how to face the challenges. We are surrounded. First of all, there is Russian aggression against Ukraine. There is Middle East, and of course, Europe not to get away from United States. Even in the contrary, we have to find a common ties, common ground as we had. So it's the time where we have to work together and to finding a common answer to the aggression, and and all the countries who are, first of all, Russia, who are breaching the international law. International law is our only mechanism where we can believe in this world rule based on, of course, rules, world order based on rules.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Minister Musonski, now we are moving to Republic of North Macedonia. Your country has identified a significant surge in hybrid threats, for example, disinformation campaigns, cyber attacks, as well as general hybrid threats. How is your country actually tackling these threats right now, given the bigger importance of Southeast Europe? And on top of that, also on the side of geoeconomics, we are now seeing that specific corridors, and in this case, I mean Corridor 8, are turning into security projects, not only economic projects. We've heard a lot about it also during the prime minister's discussion. So my additional question to you is how Republic of North Macedonia is actually contributing to turning this corridor into a new security and geoeconomic artery, which is supposed to bridge Adriatic and Black Sea, and is in fact vital for the region of Central and Southeast Europe.
Okay, so first of all, a huge thank you to Tone for inviting us, but also for giving me the privilege and opportunity to be a speaker at this panel, representing the only non-EU country sitting here, which gives me a very special position in that I am the voice of, I consider now, all of the candidate countries who are on the outside, hopefully looking in. And to be absolutely honest, I would say we finished before the summer holidays our diplomatic season in Dubrovnik, where Gordon was a brilliant host. Now we begin this diplomatic season with Tone again brilliantly hosting us in Bled. And looking at how this conversation has started, I come away with a little bit of Balkan envy, looking at the way that Croatia and Slovenia are discussing between themselves. And I think this is an issue of strategic importance. Look at the history of 15, 20 years ago. These are countries that have challenges between each other. Now look at how strong this relationship is. And if anything, I think we have a lot to learn from the last 10 minutes of the conversation that you just led between ourselves and how we can move our region forward towards the strategic resilience that it needs. And in that sense, I would say Slovenia and Croatia should serve not just as anchors, but also as mentors for us in the Western Balkans, considering these challenges. Now, the advantage that we have as a country is that we are a NATO member state. And the advantage coming from NATO membership is the sharing of information, the common policies related to resilience, related to deterrence. But that doesn't mean that the strategic security risks do not remain and are not active within our region. The general discussion, because of the proximity of the war in Ukraine and the Russian aggression against Ukraine, is our worry about the malign threat coming from Moscow, which is evident, which is there. But we cannot underestimate the malign threat that is coming from China. Also, Iranian activities in many of our countries in various different ways that are all absolutely there. We have seen countless examples over the last years, as well as the fact that to finalize this axis, we have North Korean soldiers battling only a few thousand kilometers from our very own borders again in Ukraine, which means that we must create policies that tackle the conventional, but also the non-conventional. You spoke about cyber influence, which is a huge issue. We also need to engage about what is going on when it comes to attempts at economic coercion towards our region. This is also a fact. And to answer your question even more specifically because you referred to the key corridors. Yes, Corridor 8 is a key political security corridor that runs through my country. One of the things where we see our strategic advantage in is also that we are the only country where Corridor 8 and Corridor 10 intersect. And there is, again, a very high level of interest coming from Beijing, for example, when it comes to Corridor 10. We are one of the only countries in the region where there is no Chinese influence over the building of Corridor 10. I do not say this lightly. As important as Corridor 8 is for all of us, from a political security as well as economic perspective, I today come away especially enthusiastic by what I heard from Prime Minister Magyar only a few hours ago, where he spoke about the expansion of fast rail going from Budapest towards Prague, towards Warsaw. Why this is very important for us? Because this will be a natural connection to Corridor 10, which runs from Budapest to Belgrade, to Skopje, to the ports of Thessaloniki and Piraeus in Greece. Our resilience is only as strong as our infrastructure is. And I think this is a very key element of the discussion that we're having when it comes to security. But that also means cooperation, and that also means a very open discussion about our common European future, especially when you keep going further south and when you are engaging with the Western Balkans, coming back to how I started this discussion, while we are still on the outside looking in. As a region, we will continue to invest in these corridors. We will continue to invest in our connectivity. What we hope is a political investment in the expansion of the European Union. That's very easy to say with the people that I'm sitting with here, because here I have a group of colleagues who I label as principled supporters of enlargement. But hopefully that message also resonates among the other colleagues, because if we invest only in corridors, if we invest only in economic connectivity, but forego the political aspect, which is equally important, then we have not achieved what is our primary goal.
Now I would move to Minister Orban, and we've heard from your Prime Minister that he's a big supporter of actions against all odds. So I'd like to hear from you what concrete responsibilities, concrete actions Hungary intends to take in strengthening NATO's eastern flank and strengthening the security of Central and Southeast Europe. In addition to that, I would also like to hear how Hungary is intending, we heard also a little bit about it during Prime Minister's contribution, how actually will Hungary reconcile the traditional long-term East-West links with the newly emerging North-South connectivity links, where obviously there is a growing demand, and certainly Hungary will play a role there as well.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. And Tone, thank you so much for the invitation. And I would like to congratulate the organizers for this amazing forum. You asked about actions, and I think no action is also action. And as a first, when it comes to the political unity of NATO, we are not going to be a leak. So Hungary is not going to be a leak going forward. And we stand by the solidarity and the unity of the NATO alliance. So if I think back of the years when Sweden and Finland tried to join NATO, the same obstruction couldn't have happened under a TISA government. When it comes to the military unity of NATO, this current government pledged to commit to the Hague Commitment, to the 5%. We are also committed to the military capability targets. And because of our geostrategic location, we are also working on military mobility. We are also offering host nation support. And what my friend over here, Timcho, said, I would like to talk about that as well, democratic resilience and society's resiliences. Because we have a first-hand experience. We just came out of an election, of a political campaign, political process, and we had unprecedented foreign interference, unprecedented disinformation campaign and misinformation campaign. So what we learned as the new government is how to counter that, how to counterbalance that with transparent language, with facts, with truth. Because NATO in itself won't be strong militarily or politically unless we have very strong, resilient societies behind us. And East-West, overcoming the East-West divide with North-South and South-North, I recall that I left diplomacy about 11 and a half years ago, early 2015. And back then we were already talking about North-South and South-North. And of course, a lot of progress has happened, but it's far from complete. So due to the supply chains becoming increasingly vulnerable, the role of regions has increased. The role of regions also as a standalone as well as within EU. And you have a working region only if you are interconnected in each way. And this interconnectedness means energy, means electricity, and the electricity grid interconnectivity helped us during the PAX crisis, where we were able during the most critical weeks pretty much import quite a lot of chunk of our electricity supply. This is all due to these interconnected connections, north-south, south-north. But we are still missing the entire vertical corridor in natural gas as well as the north-south corridor. And we also need to finish that. We also have in oil the opportunities to buy from diversified sources from each way. And it goes to transport as well, like the Via Carpathia. The highway transportation needs to be built. And again, following on what you just said, railway as well as highway connections need to run all the way from the Baltic to the Black Sea, to the Adriatic and to the Aegean. And we talk very rarely about digital connections, but digital is the same. Because of our societies are so much digitalized that we really need to be also interconnected there to increase our resilience in case of vulnerabilities. And this then all can add it to a big security corridor and enhance the eastern flank of NATO towards any current or future threats.
Now we will move to our commissioner, and I have a question for you, Commissioner Šuica, about security. Should the European Union treat these different geographies, whether it's Central Europe, whether it's Southeast Europe, then we have the Mediterranean, which is your portfolio, the Black Sea, the Adriatic Sea. Should the European Union treat them separately, as it's been the case mostly in the, let's say, last 10, 15 years, or should the European Union now switch towards new understanding of one and the same security and geoeconomic environment? And in addition to that, I would also like to hear your view on the topic of connectivity. Does Brussels fully recognize the role of Central and Southeast Europe as a strategic connectivity hub? And maybe you have also some concrete examples how exactly this region can turn into strategic connectivity hub, for example, in relations with key international European Union partners in other parts of the world, Southeast Asia, for example.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. Before I reply to your question, I want to thank our host, Minister Kaiser, for the invitation. This is very good that we have this Bled Strategic Forum, because we can also in this fora, in panels, in different bilateral meetings, we can exchange views on different topics. Security is, of course, very important, but as you know, this European Commission, we have one very first priority, which is competitiveness. And we cannot achieve competitiveness without security. So security and defense are also two priorities of this Commission, very important one. Now we are looking forward to new European security strategy. We are working on it. I think by the end of the year it could be out. So we need new security strategy. Of course, we are working with our member states. We heard a lot from ministers here, because each member state, of course, we have to be united, but at the same time there are specificities of your countries, of our countries, and we have to align somehow. My message would be to stick together. We have to stick together, but as I already said, there are many differences in this. When I speak about European security strategy, I also have to mention new pact for the Mediterranean. When we say Mediterranean, people think it's only 9 Mediterranean countries here in the south of Europe and North Mediterranean. But Mediterranean is a much broader region. It's North Africa, it's Middle East, and it's also Gulf countries. All is covered by my portfolio. And without security there won't be security in Europe. So when you ask me, can we look at Western Balkans, at the Mediterranean and at Danube region separately, I think no. We have to look at the region unitedly together, and this is what we have been doing. This is exactly why this Commission and President von der Leyen decided to establish new portfolio, a new service which will be dealing with this phenomenon. So we have new Directorate General now, which is Mediterranean, which is Middle East and North Africa plus Gulf. So without peace and security, there won't be prosperity, not in the South Mediterranean, but also in Europe. You see what happened with Hormuz Strait now. So all of us are now somehow dependent. So we have to look at the alternative solutions. This is something which is very important. We have been working together with these countries on partnerships. So we are strengthening partnerships with these countries. Unfortunately, these countries are not united, so we have to work with them bilaterally. Although we are working on strategic partnership agreements with them, we have different agreements with them. Especially, it's not only when you mention connectivity, when you mention, it's not only railways, it's not only shipping, it's digital connectivity nowadays. Nowadays, nobody asks you where you are, how well you are connected. It's not important where you are. but you have to be connected. There are some projects on this, very important one like Medusa project, which will connect 9,000 kilometers of digital infrastructure around Mediterranean. So this is a very important one. So when you speak about connectivity, you also speak about these horizontal and longitudinal connections, north-south and east-west. We have this 3 Seas initiative, which Croatia was chairing, as you know, this year. And this is also a very important project. We have to use it, because you mentioned that North Europe and South Europe don't have always same ideas and same problems, and this is something where we can connect. There is another initiative which is Mediterranean 9, Med9, which is also being chaired this year by Croatia, and we are very deeply involved in this project. This is also important, how to connect these countries. I have to mention that Mediterranean Sea covers only 1% of the world water surface, only 1%. At the same time, it covers 25% of world maritime traffic. So 25% of world maritime traffic goes through Mediterranean, through entrance to Mediterranean, Morocco, Spain, all the way to Suez Canal. And when you speak about security, we usually mention this shadow fleet. You know what we are talking about. Shadow fleet is usually being mentioned in Baltic and North Sea. But there are many cases which are being monitored and which are being caught also in the Mediterranean Sea. So security is very important for you, be it from north side, be it from south side, and we have to work on it together. So this new pact for Mediterranean, which we endorsed last year, is exactly deals with this. So with how to connect people, of course, then how to invest in economy, especially in energy, and third, how to tackle the security, resilience, and migration issue. When I speak about energy, energy is now the most important one. What is our strategy? It's completely new philosophy around Mediterranean. We have to be open, and I have to share this with all of you. So we want to produce cheaper energy, but renewable energy, and we can do it in the South Mediterranean. But to do it, we need, of course, people who are skilled to work on it. We also need interconnectors, how to bring this energy to Europe again. By doing this, we are opening new jobs in North Africa and Middle East and other countries. By doing this, we are developing these countries. We are opening new jobs for young people, because we know the demographic figures are totally different here and there. And by doing all this, we are tackling root causes of migration. This is not short-term policy. I have to be open to you, but this is mid-term or long-term policy and completely new philosophy, how to involve Mediterranean countries from the south to have a mutual benefit for all of us. And this is, in fact, all about this Mediterranean portfolio, but there is much more to say. I don't want to use your time.
Okay, we have a very, very tight schedule. I have now the intention to move to the third overreaching theme of our conversation, which is dedicated to enlargement. Now that we have covered already corridors and security, and we saw how many interactions there are, in fact, between not only the countries, but also between the topics. I would start again with Mr. Kaiser, asking, based on what we heard also from the Prime Minister's conversation, that enlargement has become a strategic imperative. I liked a lot this statement, that's quite saying about the intention. But I would like to hear from you what Slovenia is intending to take as an action to push enlargement forward, if we assume that this is a strategic imperative, which is important for Slovenian interest. Please keep in mind that we now have a shorter round, so stick to really only a few minutes in respect to the other panelists, so that everyone can
Definitely.
answer.
I will be really brief, because at the end I wanted to, when I was having my speech, I said the power to shape the future should come from the people, for the people. So maybe, I don't know if we'll have time to take a question or two from the people. No, I'm saying from the audience. Look, you are totally right. If we look in the perspective of last 20 plus years, or when Slovenia was joining the European Union, we were in a totally different geopolitical, or maybe we were not even aware that geopolitics is going to move, or it's already moving, also to some extent, or to quite high extent for our own decisions within the European Union. Prime ministers were talking about the regulations, and we were regulating so much that we have lost almost half of our industry in order to save ourselves, but basically we didn't. So we became more exposed. There are actors, some were mentioned, which are basically growing on the strategic leverage over the European Union. So actually in this Western Balkans, in this region, there is a vacuum of power. We see it now. And if European Union, us, won't act swiftly, if we are going to delay this, this is going to deteriorate our own position. So I think it's fair to think in the direction that to see the enlargement not only in the technical parameters. Yes, of course, let's say the basic things should be fulfilled. Who was talking before? One of the prime ministers about the 1,000 pages of acquis, or it was our president, I think thousands and thousands and thousands. So it's not a bureaucratic thing. I think this should be clear. And I think the idea which German Chancellor brought up when it was also word about Ukraine, because there is another dimension now. For the 5th year, there is an aggression at the European continent. I think we have to be more pragmatic. This is our opinion, and this is, let's say, our thought. We are going to share with our colleagues, but we are 27. It's never easy if the family of 4 cannot agree. You can imagine that 27 is even more difficult. But I think where is the will, there is also a path. Let's keep it in mind that European Union is a project of peace which started, and peace cannot be taken as granted for granted right now. This, I think, should be always in front of our eyes, but of course our interests. This was said before. Let's not pretend that we are now fulfilling the interests of some, a created narrative imposed from top down. It is for our people. So this.
Minister Radman, Croatia has been a role model, especially for Southeast Europe, given the scope and speed of enlargement. And I would like to hear from you how Croatia might help overcome some of the political constraints on top of the technicalities that were outlined by Minister Kaiser when it comes to the enlargement process. We know for a fact that there are a lot of bilateral disputes, a lot of political constraints that are now being weaponized and are hindering a further enlargement in the region. So how could your government and Croatia as a country help overcome some of these political constraints and push forward the enlargement process in the region?
Thank you. Croatia was the last country entered the European Union 30 years ago. And of course, it's in our strategic national interest to have all the countries in the Western Balkans, Southeast Europe, to be part of this regional organization, European Union. But not only, there is Ukraine, there is Moldova, and whatever. And whoever just could to fulfill all the necessary criteria is welcome. I'm so sorry that the referendum yesterday didn't get this realize this expectation of the Iceland government. But however, that if the government wants to have the country in the European Union, they have to establish a better dialogue with the citizens. But now to our region, to our immediate neighborhood, and so you. It's a role model, of course, and you mentioned it, and but we did really a hard work, and for us it was very important, and we know how was it. Although there is the enlargement is the strongest, but however also the cheapest foreign policy and tool that the European Union has, and it is also the best, our best investment. So they're in peace. But, and Croatia is of course there to share It's an expertise, experience. But as we did, so that we also want the others, those countries who are ready, who are really devoted to the principles, to the values of the European Union, to do the same. And we really we are vocal proponent of the European perspective of those countries who are ready. To be member of EU and to share our values. I don't know, there is a growing the importance of the enlargement, geopolicy and so on, but it should not lead to lower criteria. That means the geopolitical consideration should not come at the expense on the merit-based approach. And the accession process should also not be calendar-driven. If you are ready, you will be the member of EU. That means that, what we want to see in the Western Balkans, that stability, promoting regional stability and good neighborly relations as well. So it is very important. But unfortunately, what we see, there is two enduring challenges in the Western Balkans. They are unresolved legacies of war, which still heavily influence the situation in the region, affect the stability, and to some extent, in some countries, there are weaknesses in the democratic functioning. And so Croatia is ready to assist and to help. But, the European process of enlargement, it is not just about to bringing more country in the European Union. It's a general project. As I mentioned, values, human rights, rule of law, all criteria and benchmarks. If the country is ready to fulfill all the 35 benchmarks, so the country and to be in the place and to be accepted as member states. I know there is a lot of also open bilateral issues. There are not only, there are also bilateral nature. For example, Croatia still searching for 1,725 missing persons. So our experience is like the experience of Ukraine is right now. So that Croatia was victim of an aggression, and they are so that the solved issues should be solved. And also we want to see Albania, we want to see also Montenegro in the European Union, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Just a word on Bosnia and Herzegovina. Because you would notice that, so I did not. And it's our immediate neighbor. We're bordering on more than 1,000 kilometers Bosnia and Herzegovina. So, in institutional functionality of Bosnia and Herzegovina lies under constituency and the Dayton Agreement, power sharing, compromise, and dialogue. Three equal constituent peoples, namely the Bosniaks Muslims, Serbs, Orthodox, and Croats Catholics. It is the magic formula. Because Croatia remains convinced that the institutional or the long-term lasting stability in Bosnia and Herzegovina cannot be achieved solely through the institutional reforms. It's necessary to the restoring of the political trust among the three constituent people is necessary to achieve stability of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And Croatia is ready to help it, to assist it, because Croatia doesn't need anything. What we wanted will achieve it. Only what remains, there is together with, there is Romania and Bulgaria, so the OECD membership, but so we are also with assistance of our neighbors, with our assistance of the members of OECD, we are ready, and I'm sure that so we will be also member of OECD very soon. And Croatia is there. Croatia has its responsibility. you mentioned, I have forgotten to say that. So our priorities, of course, having in mind our specific geopolitical position, and Croatia has become also not only energy hub but also infrastructural hub, and with our gas LNG terminal on Island Kirk, with our Adriatic pipeline, Croatia with Adriatic pipeline JANAF could fully supply its towards Hungary and Slovakia with oil. And there is also hydrogen already and gas links also to Hungary and to Slovenia. And together with Italy and Slovenia, we just established this cooperation, trilateral cooperation, when it comes to hydrogen on the North Adriatic hydrogen valley. So that what is necessary, it's in a communication, cooperation, and so one country cannot do it alone. And now even it's very, very important, a very challenging time to find common ground and to together.
Thank you, Minister. Now, going back to the enlargement, since I know how important it is for Republic of North Macedonia, Minister Musumski, what do you think will be this single breakthrough? What will be this one concrete breakthrough action or specific event that could realistically accelerate the European path, the European accession path of Republic of North Macedonia? You can be also critical, or you can be, to a certain extent, given also the feedback from the other ministers, could be also chipping in on other views about the accession process.
So my country has nothing to gain from me being critical. And at the end of the day, my job is to represent my country, especially when it comes to the EU accession. What I firmly believe is that there is an opportunity for the European Union and for the enlargement policy to regain its credibility. I think the opportunity is prime right now. What must happen, though, is that if Europe wants to speak the language of geopolitics, it cannot view enlargement through the logic of bureaucracy. It must have the strategic vision when it comes to enlargement. And here I am referring to when candidates make progress, when candidates are 100% CFSP aligned, they must receive visible progress. Allow me to come back to the brilliant speech of Prime Minister Janša this morning, when he spoke about gradually then suddenly. And that brings me to something Tone just said. Where there is a will, there is a way. Let's also be very honest. The countries that are sitting here with me right now represented, they became EU member states, yes, on the basis of fulfillment of criteria, but also on the basis of a political decision, of a political will coming from the member states and the institutions of Brussels that now is the time to enlarge for the better of Europe. That is why I believe that a geopolitical European Union, one that is geopolitical not on the basis of its rhetoric, but on the basis of its actions, understands that now is the moment for enlargement towards the Western Balkans. I neither have a crystal ball, but I have also learned that foreseeing dates when it comes to EU policy making is the biggest mistake one can make in politics. But what I can say, if you're asking me what the big game changer could be, I think the substantial game changer would be several countries from the region joining the European Union to prove that the terminology, momentum, that the terminology window of opportunity that is now being used, but that we've heard so many times over the past few years, has now been fully understood and grasped. Let me also be very objective and honest. As I sit here with the Foreign Minister of Slovenia, Croatia, and Hungary, these are colleagues of mine who understand this reality. My hope is that that understanding will be relayed by all of the member states as well as the institutions in Brussels. Just to finish, there are some exceedingly positive signals. Coming out of Tivat, the messaging we heard was very positive. We are very encouraged by what we're hearing coming out of Brussels, potentially, about this new vision for the enlargement policy and how it will be modernized to adapt to the time that we are living. But in our region, not only is it fair for us to see action, but I think we deserve to see action because of how committed our societies are and how committed to our governments are. Our only request is that you see European integration as a model to transform our institutions, not to try to transform our identities. Assesses on the basis of merit and assesses in this geopolitical turbulent time whether or not we are aligned with the foreign and security policy of the European Union.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Orban, we already saw right from the beginning of the new government some very strong signals apparently regarding the positions on enlargement, specifically when it came to Ukraine and Moldova. But I would like to bring you back to this region, to the region of Central and Southeast Europe. And I would like to hear from you how you envision some concrete steps, some concrete actions. Maybe you can focus only on one, how to push forward with enlargement. Is this a priority for this government at all? If so, how you would like to push forward, and what is probably the obstacle that you see in front of successful enlargement in this region, maybe to work on an obstacle in the future?
Thank you. Yes, we are 100% committed to the enlargement of the Western Balkans, as much so that Hungary just joined the Friends of Western Balkans group a few weeks ago, when also Croatia and Slovenia is a member. And we have an expert in every single capital in the Western Balkans dedicated to the host government, helping the EU enlargement process. And I also just appointed a special envoy for the Western Balkans, again, dedicated to have these countries join the EU. And it is really a shame that Croatia was the last country to join and no other country has progressed since then. And we really derailed in terms of the enlargement process, when I fully agree with everything that was said before. This is one of the best and most important foreign policy tools. We have a working single market. Of course, geopolitically, Europe has lost some of its significance because of the derailing economic trajectory, because of its share in global GDP output has decreased dramatically, because of the productivity challenges. But the single market remains one of the most attractive attributes of Europe and the whole European Union and integration. And it should be expanded and it should be deepened. So we continue to be committed in administrative level as well as political level to help countries of the Western Balkans to do the merit-based methodology and to do the same methodology we have done when we joined the European Union. We also are on the opinion that the enlargement has to be based on merit, but we see that a few countries already in the Western Balkans are approaching that. We hope that Montenegro will close the negotiations this year, and then Albania will follow quickly. And I would like to mention that the new government also negotiated a landmark agreement on the rights of the Hungarian minority in Ukraine, which also allowed us and the whole EU that the accession started also for Ukraine.
Thank you. Now, Commissioner, you are having the challenge, you're facing the challenge of giving us an answer to the last question of this round in less than 2 minutes. I would like to hear from you a specific single European Union decision, of course, in your view, which might show that enlargement has returned as a strategic priority of the European Union. What would be this one concrete European Union action?
First of all, I think personally that enlargement is our geopolitical necessity. It's also our strategic necessity. So we are claiming that we are geopolitical commission, so we have to also act geopolitically. Of course, at the same time, there are benchmarks, there are some conditions which could or should be met, and I think this could be handled. So the Commission we will do our job. But when you come to 27, You come to 27 different democracies. You come to 27 different positions. You have to count on elections, which will be held in some countries during next year. So you never know what will be the position of the new governments in this country. So we depend on the European Council. We depend on member states. Since I speak here on behalf of the Commission, but I cannot deny that I'm Croat, that I come from Croatia. So Croatia is really a success story, could be a role model for all the countries. But I can agree with you that it's a shame that in 13, 14 years nobody joined. It's not only Western Balkans, it's also Ukraine and Moldova. Of course, Ukraine has its specificities. But I think that we have to somehow step up, we have, all of us, and we have to use common sense, because there will be a hole in the European stomach, if I may say so, without Western Balkans. So we have really to work on it, but there are some bilateral issues, as Minister Radman said, of course, could be solved with if there is goodwill, as you rightly said, Minister. So if there is a goodwill, these bilateral issues could be solved. But of course, same goes for North Macedonia and neighboring countries. I understand how painful it was for you to change the name and to use all these things. So I see that time is running out. As I already said, I can somehow conclude that this is geopolitical necessity, and we have to be very flexible, not only us in the Commission, but also member states. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ministers, Commissioner. Thank you for outlining your concrete views on three specific themes: secure, connect, enlarge.
Ministers, thank you so much for your conversation, Velina as well. And we're shortly going to be back with another conversation, the last one for today. So please be back very shortly. Thank you.
Elina. It's a real pleasure. My pleasure. Hello. How can I help? Well, we met with the Minister at the Football Forum, and now I told him that I'd like to contribute to Turmoil Forum. So then he said that you may help, or can I have your part? Your card and everything. Please do. That is the English side. All right. So I may contribute to my WhatsApp also there. Just let me know. I will send you the message. That will be useful also about next year's planning. Let me know or connect with us. Yes, Professor Sadi. And anytime in Ankara, most welcome. Good to meet you. My pleasure. Thank you very much. Pleasure.
Režija sprašujejo, ali skrajšamo čas.
Ja, končati bomo morali 15 do.
Končati moramo 15 do.
8. Ko bomo začeli, bomo v naslednjih, po moje, 3 minutah.
Saša nekaj. Saša.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And I would like to ask you to get to your seats because we are ready to start the last panel of first day of the Bled Strategic Forum. And it's going to be a very interesting conversation. We're going to move from talking about strictly Central Europe and European security to the topic of relations between Europe and Latin America. And I would like to invite now panelists for our last session, former Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Federative Republic of Brazil, Ernesto Araújo, Director FHOX Argentina, Ricardo Ferrer Picado, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia, Dimitri Rupel, member of the Chamber of Deputies Argentina, Martin Matzkin. We're going to have 2 digital participations. There's going to be Maria Corina Machado, 2025 Nobel Peace Prize recipient, politician and activist from Venezuela, and Humberto Calderón Berti, president of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Venezuela. And the conversation will be moderated by Alejandro Peña Exclusa, writer and expert in Latin American geopolitics. Alejandro, the floor is yours.
No, sit down. Rupel, pleased to meet you. Please. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. we're very happy to be today inaugurating, I believe I'm right, the first Latin American panel in the Bled Strategic Forum. And we will try to repeat this every year from now on, because Latin America is turning to be a very interesting continent for Europe. I don't know if the technicians are ready, but first, maybe we would start with a message sent by Nobel Prize winner and leader of the Venezuelan opposition, Maria Corina Machado. Is the video ready?
It is a great honor to join the Bled Strategic Forum. I would like to thank and greet Prime Minister Nataša for inviting me to participate in this prestigious Bled Strategic Forum, which brings together presidents, prime ministers, foreign ministers, prominent figures and activists from Central and Eastern Europe. I also want to extend my warm greetings to all of you, as well as to the entire Bled Strategic Forum team for convening this important conversation. My special greetings as well to our moderator and friend, Alejandro Peña Esclusa, and to my fellow panelists. I commend the organizers for including a panel on Latin America this year. There is no doubt that our continent is undergoing a process of profound change, driven by a series of recent electoral victories, including those of José Antonio Cast in Chile, Nasri Asfura in Honduras, Laura Fernández in Costa Rica, Keiko Fujimori in Peru, and Abelardo de la Espriella in Colombia. Together with Presidents Santiago Peña, Javier Milei, Daniel Noboa, Rodrigo Paz, Raúl Molino, Bernardo Arévalo, these leaders are helping ensure that our region remains a stronghold of democracy, freedom, and economic progress. Another positive development is that the process that my country, Venezuela, is now experiencing following the capture of dictator Nicolás Maduro by U.S. security forces. However, for democracy to be fully restored in Venezuela, free and transparent elections must be held as soon as possible, because only respect for the will of the people can guarantee the peace and stability of a nation. Our people have already made their choice. On July 28, 2024, millions of Venezuelans voted for change and demonstrated our determination to recover our democracy. That democratic mandate remains alive. The peoples of Central and Eastern Europe understand perfectly what Venezuelans are feeling, because less than 4 decades ago, your countries were occupied by the Soviet Union, just as we were until recently, under the influence and occupation of Cuba, Russia, and Iran. The happiness you felt when the Berlin Wall fell is the same happiness we want to experience when Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela fully recover our democracies. A free Venezuela will require massive investment to rebuild and modernize virtually every sector of our country: healthcare, oil and gas, electricity, infrastructure, education, technology, industry, transportation, defense, and public services, among many others. These will create significant opportunities for European companies interested in taking part in that reconstruction process. I have been emphasizing in international forums that given its enormous oil reserves, Venezuela can become in the very near future the energy hub of the Western Hemisphere. This will be particularly important for Europe in light of the impact of the war between Russia and Ukraine on energy prices, as well as the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz. I am sure that my Venezuelan colleagues here in Bled will explain this issue in greater detail. A democratic Venezuela can become a trusted ally on both sides of the Atlantic. And this is why the role of our international allies is so important. The United States, Europe, Latin America, and all democratic nations that stand with the Venezuelan people have a very important role to play in helping ensure that Venezuelans have the freedom and security to choose their own future. We need our allies to remain engaged, coordinated, and determined, because authoritarianism does not operate in isolation. It crosses borders, builds criminal networks, exploits democratic divisions, and adapts to a changing international environment. We must build stronger democratic cooperation across the Atlantic, a cooperation based not only on trade or diplomatic relations, but also on shared principles, mutual security, and a common commitment to freedom. And Venezuela will be a very important part of that future. A Venezuela that is democratic, sovereign, and prosperous can and will contribute to the security and stability of the Western Hemisphere. A Venezuela that respects the rule of law can become a true partner for Europe. A Venezuela that is free can once again be a bridge between Latin America, Europe, and the United States. That is the Venezuela we are fighting to build. That is why the transition ahead of us is so important. And that is why I will be returning to Venezuela very soon to help in this process. It will not simply be the end of the authoritarian regime. It will be the beginning of the reconstruction of a nation. It will also like to take this opportunity to thank European governments for their efforts to defend democracy in Venezuela, as well as for their solidarity following the 2 devastating earthquakes that struck my country on June 24. And I would also like to ask them to make an additional effort to help ensure that free and transparent elections are held in my country. I hope to join you in person at the next edition of the Bled Strategic Forum. Thank you very much.
Well, this message from Maria Corina Machado constitutes a great framework for what we're going to speak. So we have 3 former foreign ministers with us. Let's start with them. I would say Ernesto Araújo, former foreign minister of Brazil during the government of Jair Bolsonaro. Maria Corina Machado said about this change in Latin America. She mentioned the presidents by name. So would you explain to our audience what is the change that during the last month Latin America is experimenting?
Of course, Alejandro. I would say that we are living a historic moment of the same level of importance as 1989 for Eastern Europe. It's 1989 for us. It's that deep, that radical, and that important. Latin America and Eastern Europe were, let's say, the victims of the same process, the revolutionary process that basically starts way back in 1917 with the Soviet, with the Russian Revolution, which led to the to Soviet Union. This revolutionary process came to Latin America in the 50s with the Cuban Revolution, which was not an isolated, spontaneous movement. It was orchestrated by the Soviet Union. And from Cuba, they started to export the revolution, or try to export it to the rest of the region. There were different phases in that process. First, those traditional fights, those traditional civil wars led by the far left. In the 60s and 70s, the guerrilla wars and those movements, which were never popular. I mean, it's not peasants' revolt. No, it's a artificial revolutionary process, very professionally led by the communists. Then this wave gave way to especially after 1989, to a new phase of the union between the revolutionary process and organized crime, which was already very powerful in Latin America. By the way, there are people researching the way that the Soviet Union, Cuba, and China started the business of drug trafficking in Latin America in the 60s. So since the beginning, drug trafficking and organized crime in Latin America is not also a spontaneous project, it's a communist project. But in any case, they managed during the 90s to create this cohesion, this amalgam of organized crime and the far left, which has a lot to do with the São Paulo Forum, which is basically the attempt, and admittedly so, by Fidel Castro and Lula to recreate in Latin America the Eastern Bloc that communism had just lost in Europe, right? So to create a new Iron Curtain. And that's what we're living now, because this went from worse to worse after more or less the year 2000, when...
but if you allow me,
yeah,
Minister, you're talking about the history
yes.
of this development. What made it possible to have this change today?
Today, exactly. Because we arrived at a moment where this process was dominating the whole region. It went very deeply into Brazil. What makes it possible, I think, is the union that we're about to change all that. It's the union of two factors. Right? One is, from the Latin American side, people like Maria Corina Machado, Nobel Peace Prize, like Alejandro, and people who are fighting for their lives and for the lives of their people and for the freedom of their people. And the other factor, which is changing the power relations, is Donald Trump, is the United States. Because I'm convinced that with everything you can say about the style of Donald Trump, he is leading very consciously a process of counter-revolution across the world. And Marco Rubio conceives, I think, very clearly things that way for Latin America. That you have to revert, not just support this or that movement here and there, but to revert that 70-year process, which has to do with Cuba and arrived in the 21st century with the support, and that's what makes it so powerful now, or was making, with the support of Putin's Russia and communist China, okay, who are trying to transform Latin America, or were very advanced in that way, in a platform for their hybrid war against the United States, against the West, against freedom. So for 70 years, you had one side doing revolution and fighting against the West, against freedom. Now you have the other side fighting back, right? With the support and strong action by the only superpower in the world which is identified with freedom and democracy, right? The totalitarian side would love us to say, no, we don't want anything to do with the West because they are, imperialist country or whatever. Everything that the revolutionaries, the communists want now is for this movement of transformation in Latin America not to have the support of that superpower. They would love not to have that sort of power behind freedom. And I think it's very good that we today very clearly can count from the Latin American perspective with that sort of strong action from a superpower.
Thank you very much, Minister. We have another former foreign minister, also from Venezuela, and Maria Corina Machado said that Venezuela was going to be a center for rebuilding, for investment for Europe. I think Foreign Minister Humberto Calderón Berti, who was also president of the countries exporting oil, OPEC, it's here with us online from Spain. first of all, I want to know how is the connection. Can you hear us well, Minister?
Perfect.
Oh, good. So please, if you could elaborate in what Mario Corina said about investments in Venezuela.
Thank you very much, Alejandra. I feel very proud that our leader, Maria Corina Machado, came to the forum and explained what her plans are. Those plans are our plans. You know, Venezuela has been destroyed by the communists during the last 27 years. We had a country before progressing, improving the social condition of the people. Venezuela was producing 3.3 million barrels per day, refining 1.2 million barrels per day, and we construct a very solid middle class. During almost 40 years, our economy was growing 6% per year. Many people, millions of people, came to Venezuela from Spain, Portugal, Italy, and the Eastern Europe. We received all of them, and they help us to build the country. When oil transform the resources coming from oil help us to transform the country. However, the country now, without any war, is destroyed. Why? Let me take some examples. I'm going to give you a broad picture and where are the opportunities for the investors or for commercial or negotiation activities. Venezuela, as I told you before, was producing 3.3 million barrels per day and refining 1.2 million barrels per day. Today, it's producing less than 1 million barrels per day and refining 200,000 barrels per day. We have the highest reserves of oil in the world, 300 billion barrels of oil in the Orinoco Petroleum Belt. However, we don't have gasoline in this service station. We don't have diesel. And then the oil industry has been destroyed. The installations were looted by them. It's a crime that they committed. And we have to open the industry to the foreign investment. Totally 100% of the sectors of the oil industry are going to be open to the foreign and national private investors. We have huge reserves in the Orinoco Petroleum Belt, in the traditional areas, in the continental shelf, and in new areas we have around the country. But those are opportunities not only in oil, because the same that happened in the oil sector happened in the electricity sector. We had an installed capacity before Chavez of 35,000 megawatts of installed, 50 hydro and 50 thermal. Now we are producing around 11 megawatts per day of hydro and less than 10% of our thermal capacity. The thermal capacity installation were destroyed. In the people in the interior part of the country, a country that before we have 93% of the territory covered by electricity, we have now shortcuts of electricity during 10 hours per day, except in Caracas, in all the country. And the electricity doesn't come to the countryside and to small villages. If we don't have electricity, we don't have water. The water to the people, we have a installed capacity of 400 liters per second, and only 20% of that amount goes to the homes of the people. We don't have water. We don't have electricity. Many people say Venezuela is a rich country. No, Venezuela is a poor country because the people is poor. They don't have water. They don't have electricity. We have 30,000 schools and public institutions in Venezuela. 65 of them don't have water, running water, 65%. We have a health service around the country. We have 40 big hospitals in the country. 60% of them are not working. The operation rooms are not working, you know. For example, in the industrial sector, we had around 13 to 14 important industries in the country. Now we have 1,500. We had a very rich emporium of in the Orinoco River, Puerto Ordaz. We have a capacity of iron of 25 million tons per year. Now the steel plant is running at 600,000 tons per year, and the installed capacity was 6 million tons per year. We have the iron mines. We can produce 25 million tons per year, and now we are producing now less than 5 millions. Bauxite to produce aluminum. We have an installed capacity of 1.6 million tons per year, and we are producing zero aluminum because the plants were destroyed. That means that the country has to be rebuilt, totally rebuilt. What Maria Corina said previously is that Venezuela offers a good opportunity for investment and for business. Venezuela, the reconstruction of Venezuela is going to be the most important economical project in the hemisphere. We will need around $1 trillion to recover the country. They haven't built new roads. They haven't built one single meter of a railroad. The ports are in very bad condition. The airport are in very bad condition. After the earthquake, are in worse situation. That means that the country offers big opportunity in all the sectors. In
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much. I think you've made a point very clear that a former rich country was destroyed in 27 years of a socialist government, and now it's an opportunity, great opportunity for reconstruction, as Maria Corina said. She also said that she compared in her message the situation of Venezuela with your countries, and saying that the countries in Central Eastern Europe had the same problem that we have now. So I will address to a very prestigious person in Slovenia, Dr. Dimitri Rupel, who is an academic, who also foreign minister. He was ambassador of Slovenia in Washington. And I have two questions for you, Doctor.
I was ambassador also to Mexico.
Oh, also Mexico.
Washington and Mexico, that came together.
Good, good. Congratulations. Maybe you could explain to us two things. Maria Corina said about the comparison, and of course you have to think about a transition. Do you have any recommendation for this new governments in Latin America that have just won elections recently, this beautiful change that we're experimenting? How about the transition from communism to democracy? You already lived that experience. Do you have a recommendation? And second, from the European point of view, how do you see these changes in Latin America?
Well, first of all, let me say that Latin America and Slovenia compare with difficulty, because Slovenia is a very small country and Latin America is huge. It's a continent, right? And of course, Slovenia has started a process of being recognized outside its borders in Europe, also elsewhere in Asia. And then we reached to America, we reached now to Latin America. Latin America now is a new, place that we would like to establish ourselves as a partner, as someone who is interested in assisting some processes that have some similarity to processes that, for instance, Venezuela went through, let's say, after the demise of the Soviet Union. Now, the whole problem starts with the 1990 demise of Soviet Union, and end of communism, end of the Communist Federation Federation that was headed by Gorbachev. If you remember, on August 19, that's 35 years ago, right? In 91, in Moscow, there was a coup d'etat. Now, this was a very important event also for us, because, before, Slovenia has started its drive to independence, let's say already in late 80s or even mid 80s. Now, always we have been said, if Yugoslavia falls apart, then Soviet Union might fall apart. For Soviet Union is a place which has atomic weapons, and breaking up of Soviet Union could bring problems of ownership of these atomic weapons and so on and so on. Now, after the coup d'etat and after Soviet Union was more or less finished at the end of 1990, it was much easier for European Union to recognize Slovenia as an independent country. Now, Slovenia became an independent country, abandoning, let's say, socialism, abandoning the ideology that went on between 1945 and 90, more or less. And we entered an era of capitalism, democracy, whatnot. I mean, trying to become a member of European Union and NATO, trying to become as close as possible to countries of other Europe.
Excuse me, Minister, but let's say, and you were part of that in Slovenia, because you were one of the founders of this nation when this independence was obtained. But if you let me, I would like to return to today. Today, how do you see from the European point of view the changes, the wonderful changes that are happening in Latin America, and what are the opportunities? Because I will say one more thing. Latin America is Judeo-Christian, is Western civilization, it's Spain and Portugal. We are Europeans from Latin America. So it's the same culture, the same set of values. So how do you see this process from the European point of view?
Having read your book, of course, I understand that the problem is leftist, radical, revolution-oriented regimes, groups, parties that would like to take over as much of Latin America as possible. The left element, the left parties, leftist ideology seems to be very, very dangerous, prominent, present in Latin America, speaking about Venezuela, then, of course, Nicaragua, Cuba, and so on. Now, Slovenia has wanted to become a democratic country and has become a democratic country quite similar to other former communist countries in the East, like Czechoslovakia, then Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland, and so on. But after a while...
You mentioned something that I would like our Argentinian team to respond because of what you mentioned. You said that the problem in Latin America, and you're right about that, it's many leftist ideology. But there is a country that was able to defeat that. The changes in Latin America started with Argentina, with the victory of Javier Milei. And we have two representatives from Argentina. One is a deputy representative, a congressman. Martin Maskin belongs to the party of Javier Milei. His government is aware, and he authorized his presence here. And he doesn't speak well English, he understands. So we're going to do some translation, don't worry. Okay. You speak in Spanish, I will immediately translate short phrases and I'll translate. So I have a question for you, Congressman Maskin. What was the most important thing that Javier Milei did in terms of economy and instead of what is called cultural warfare against the left, against the ideology of the left? Could you explain in a few words that, please? Te lo pregunto en español.
Dale, sí,
si pudieras explicar brevemente cuáles son los grandes éxitos de Javier Milei en términos de la economía y en términos de la guerra cultural para combatir ideológicamente la izquierda. Adelante.
En primer lugar, saber de dónde venimos, ¿no? O sea, cómo en diciembre...
To understand where we come from.
En diciembre del 23, cuando Javier Milei asume la presidencia, Argentina estaba en la decadencia total, estaba en el fin del mundo.
When Javier Milei came into power, Argentina was in a very terrible situation. He didn't say it, but the inflation was one of the biggest in the world.
Inflación del 25% mensual, 211 anual.
25% monthly.
Una pobreza del 54%.
Poverty 54%.
Un riesgo país, que es el precio que le cuesta al Estado endeudarse, de 2.700 puntos.
Wow, 2,700 points of country risk.
Y asociados a las dictaduras de la región que ya las mencionaron.
And associated with the dictatorship, leftist dictatorship, and I must add also to China, Russia, Cuba.
Javier Milei le dijo a la sociedad argentina lo que iba a hacer.
Javier Milei did tell the Argentinian society what he would do.
Fue la primera vez que un presidente y un gobierno de la región, del tamaño que tiene Argentina, le propuso a la sociedad un equilibrio fiscal.
It was the first time that a country as big as Argentina in Latin America, the people was proposed by the president. The president proposed to the people they eliminate the budget deficit, the fiscal equilibrium. He proposed that.
Una desregulación total de la economía.
Desconversión.
Yes.
And to how would you say?
Desregulating. Sacar privilegios, quitar.
Go ahead.
Y una apertura, una libertad de mercado.
And of course, free market and open the country for investments.
Entonces, lo que plantea Milei es totalmente diferente a lo que se venía planteando. No ver cómo se administraba el mismo Estado, sino reducir el Estado. Preguntarse, ¿cuánto Estado?
I'm going to add something to that. Not how to administrate the budget, but rather how to reduce the size of the state. This is what is called internationally the chain show, the motosierra. This was used by Elon Musk in the United States, the Milei model, to try to reduce the size of the state in the United States. Go ahead.
¿Cuánto Estado se necesitaba? ¿Cuánto salía? ¿Quién lo financiaba? ¿Y para qué?
Who financed it? So he made a study about the size of the state. And
a partir de ahí se tomaron medidas extraordinarias, cirugía mayor sin anestesia.
Extraordinary measures were taken.
Y toda la política del presidente fue un achique total del Estado, total.
So it was a reduction, total reduction of the state.
Bajar la inflación.
To lower the inflation.
Hoy está en dos puntos mensuales.
Now 2.2 a month.
El riesgo país en 400 puntos.
The country risk is at 400 points instead of 2,700.
Y la pobreza reducida a la mitad.
And poverty reduced to half. Thank you very much.
Eso en 2 años y medio.
Good, thank you. We also have from Argentina, Mr. Ricardo Ferrer. He is an expert in security. He's been very important in reducing the criminal rates in Argentina, but he's also involved in strategic security. One of the things that are changing the situation in Latin America is what it's called the Shield of the Americas, the proposal of the new strategy of the U.S. to go against terrorism. The U.S. has declared drug trafficking cartels as terrorist groups. And the Shield of the Americas is growing, and you've been to Washington recently.
Yes.
So would you please explain to our audience in your English?
Of course, but first, I have an obligation, an ethical obligation with you. I am very, in behalf of the victims, very grateful because of your help, because you are a lesson of freedom. Your life is a lesson of freedom in several liberations. And congratulations for the organizer of this event that empower us to play an active role in today's challenge and make better decisions. Respect the new political and geopolitical landscape. We have to, as you said, reaffirm that Latin America is in the West Hemisphere, because Foro de Sao Paulo don't remember this.
Can I interrupt you 1 second? The Sao Paulo Forum is the most important leftist organization in Latin America. It was created by Fidel Castro and Lula da Silva. And those of you who are Slovenian, there's a book on the matter, and it can be bought in Slovenia about the Sao Paulo Forum. I say this because Ernesto Araujo mentioned the Sao Paulo Forum, and now Ricardo Ferrer mentioned it. I just wanted for them to know what is the Sao Paulo Forum. Please continue.
Yeah, in the strategic great power competition, Latin America, much like Central Europe, shares the civilization roots of the West. So it is not an archer, a buffer zone. The region is currently the battleground of an asymmetrical dispute, as Ernesto said. On one side, we have the United States, ensured by a solid bipartisan consensus on hemispheric security, with two tools. The first is the Shield of Americas, but the second is the OC3. I'm going to explain this.
The counter cartel.
And in the other, we have the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP regime, whose elite cooptation and predatory loans erode liberal institutions and have used the predation of our republican institutions and cause environment devastation. Neutrality is neutrality is an illusion, and Latin America must be proactive in the choice of its alignment before external powers decide for us. About the hemispheric security, we have the cartel terrorist designation for the USA, in the USA, but we have to create a context to make our designations. Now we have the Shield of Americans, but Latin Americans suffer the highest per capita homicide rate globally without a conventional war. Mm-hmm. Criminal violence is a matter of national and regional security. The official designation of transnational drugs cartel or foreign terrorist organization, coupled with the Shield of America's architecture and the Transnational Organized Crime Coordinator Center, the O3C, mark a decisive paradigm shift, moving from local law enforcement to confronting hybrid transnational asymmetric threats as a new paradigm. So this is the reason of the Shield of America.
Good. Thank you very much. Now we're slowly turning as a security matters, because you see in the last 13 elections in Latin America, 11 of those 13 have been won by center-right, pro-freedom, free market governments. This is the change we're referring. But there is one but. the last election, important election, will be next month in Brazil. Brazil is the 10th economy of the world. It has the largest population in Latin America, the largest territory. So what happens in Brazil will determine the future of these projects of growth and fighting drug trafficking and establishing security for investment, etc. So I will ask Minister Ernesto Araújo, the elections are next month. There is a first round the 1st of October. There is a second round the 25th of October. Would you explain to us which are the alternatives, who represent those alternatives, and what will happen if one, A or B, win the elections?
Yes, Alejandro, it's a historic moment because it's not only Brazil which is in play. It's this whole counter-revolutionary movement that is transforming Latin America, which can either go the whole way and start for real the job of getting the region rid of organized crime and the power structure that is suffocating us, or Brazil can become a platform for the survival of that power scheme because of the size of the country and because of its projection. So Brazil, I think, is the country where the power system of the São Paulo Forum went the deepest, because Lula was the one who was able to organize a coalition of, let's say, the traditional revolutionary left with organized crime and with the traditional corrupt politicians of other political colors, not of the left, and created the largest corruption structure in the world. Right? It's not only one official or the other. Brazil became, under Lula, a country that is run through corruption. Right? And they occupied basically all the institutions, retaining the prestige of having the name democracy written at the door. So you think, oh, that's democracy. Then you go through the door and you find out that it's not democracy. But for the rest of the world, oh, that's a democracy. It's not. I call it the dictatorship of the corruptariat, right? Because you have the dictatorship of the proletariat for communism in the 20th century. The 21st century is the dictatorship of the corruptariat. And but also, I think Brazil is the home of a very strong anti-revolutionary movement, which was and still is led by former President Bolsonaro, under whom I had the honor of serving.
You were his foreign
I was a foreign minister under President Bolsonaro. And he was, I think, the first one who brought a new attitude and a new vision to the conservatives, to the right in Latin America. Previously, the right didn't fight the left, the real power structure of the left. The right only tried to have a part of the system for it to run, but always respecting the power structure run by the left, concentrating only on a few economic points of the agenda, like privatization, but without changing the power structure. And Bolsonaro came with a vision of changing the economy all the way towards the markets, but also changing, really combating organized crime and corruption, and changing the way politics is done, but also, and maybe more importantly, fighting the cultural war, which the right didn't fight before, and also having a completely different vision of the geopolitics and how Brazil should insert itself in the world. And that was kind of part of my job, which was to make Brazil part of the West, not only the West in terms of security or going into the OECD, for example. No, the civilizational West, which includes democracy, which includes free markets. But democracy and free markets, and I think that's the experience of Western Europe, for example, they don't function without a nation, without a coherent society where people feel that they belong together, right? And Bolsonaro started this huge transformation. The system counterattacked. Now Bolsonaro is in prison, but his son, Flávio Bolsonaro, is running basically with the same platform. So in a moment where we have this whole movement much stronger across the region, thanks to a large extent to Javier Milei, an immensely important leader, not only for Argentina, not only for Latin America, for the world, with a vision that is very similar to the one I think is described and whom I admire a lot. And you have Donald Trump, as I mentioned. And I think that's the point that will decide the election. Whether Brazilians want Brazil to be a part of the West, with everything that implies. And that's the only way of saving democracy and saving the country from organized crime and corruption. Or if Brazil will keep going towards the totalitarian bloc of China, Russia, and Iran. That's what's in the ballot.
Good. It's a very important decision that Brazilians will take next October. There's a similar situation in Venezuela. Minister Calderón. As you know, and all Venezuelans know, after the dictator of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, was captured, the Trump administration, who is running like a tutelage over Venezuela, decided to leave in power the second in command, the vice president of Maduro. Calderón Berti has been very critical on this and many others, and he believes that Venezuela and the United States should sign a 50-year alliance, but not with Delcy Rodriguez, not with the second of Maduro. You're proposing an emergency government. Could you explain to our audience a little bit what are your thoughts on these matters, which not only are important in Venezuela, but in the whole Latin America?
You know, the situation of Venezuela is very, very difficult. We cannot get out of this alone. We need the cooperation of democratic countries in the area and in the world. You know, as you said, Maduro was extracted January the 3rd, but the structure of the government still remains there. The political prisoners are still there, more than 300 of them. We're the 1,500, but still we have 300 of them there. Recently, they have announced an agreement in the oil sector and energy sector between Venezuela and the United States. What I'm proposing really is to have an alliance for 50 years that covers several areas of our activity. Energy, of course, because Venezuela has not only oil, has a huge reserve of gas, 200 TCF of gas, and which is important for the United States. As you know, the situation in the United States, they are self-sufficient, but they are producing 30 million barrels per day. But in short time, they will have to import more than they are importing now. And Venezuela is critical for the security of the supply in the hemisphere. Venezuela, with the huge reserve, is critical for the United States. Okay. Energy is important. Oil, gas is important. Then we need an alliance which covers security. You know the area of the border with Colombia. There we have the guerrilla, we have terrorism, we have drug traffickers, and that area is controlled by all those kind of activities. And we need to cooperate directly with the United States to establish a security and military alliance to combat those people in the border, because for us it's going to be very difficult to govern the country, to run the country with those people in the area. The third aspect I am proposing to include in the alliance is the education and health. Why? Because we have to show the people that their conditions are improving. For example, they have said that the production in Venezuela has been increasing, of course, from 400,000 to 1 million. That the income is increasing, which is true, but the people is in worse condition now than in January when Maduro was extracted from Venezuela. Then we have to develop a new concept because it's not a matter of militaries only. And this is valid not only for Venezuela, it's valid for all the countries in the region. If the American shield they are proposing now cannot be only devoted for the military purposes, we have to make an alliance to improve the condition of the people, because the stability of the countries is not depending of the military, it's depending of the social condition of the people, the progress of the people. We did that during the democracy, but it was interrupted by Chavez. Chavez put the country depending of Cuba. The Cubans were running the country during 27 years until January, and the Russians were there to bother the Americans, and the Chinese were there to take care of the raw materials, and the Iranians were there to spread the Islamic revolution into all the countries in Latin America. And we need to guarantee our security. And that's the way to guarantee the security, making the people to enjoy of the progress of the countries. There is no any other way. We cannot, it's not only that the economy grows, it's important, but we need to reach the people and to improve their conditions.
Good. I have an idea. By the way, we'd like to tell you that we're looking at the floor and not at you, because there's a screen here, and when Calderon Berti was talking, we're looking at him.
Yes.
That's the reason why we're looking at the floor, just in case. I have this idea of opening questions to you. And maybe there are other things we have to speak about, but I would very much like the participation of the audience. I would please ask you to be short, only questions, not large commentaries. And also, who do you address your question to? So if we can be helped with microphones or whatever, just raise your hands. Is there a moderator that can take the questions, or should I do it? I'll do it. Raise your hand who wants to ask any question. No questions?
Over there.
Okay. Can we give her a microphone? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, good.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Close to your mouth and speak very slowly.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nico. I'm a participant of the Young BSF Forum. So over the last couple of days, we have learned a lot about the issues of the world, climate change, the spread of disinformation from the right. And I feel like there has been a lot of this going on in this panel right now. Can you maybe tell us a little bit how the young generation can address those issues in your opinion? Thank you so much.
Okay, no questions, right?
No, I was...
No questions. Any questions?
No. Yes.
I was asking how we can...
If I understand, what can you tell to the young people, to the young generation,
okay,
about what we said?
But what I'm saying is, the thing is this, I'm sorry. Who are you addressing the question to?
I would like to address this question to the former Foreign Minister of Affairs of Jair Bolsonaro.
Entendí.
Okay. There are two former foreign ministers.
Of you, the Brazilian former. Thank you so much.
Para mí?
Para ti, sí.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So, the young generation, people who were born after the year 2000, they only know this world that we're living in, I think. That's good for them because they didn't face the Cold War, communism in Eastern Europe and elsewhere. But also, and because of that, I think they were formed by the previous generation the previous generations are trying to impress on this new generation. I think a wrong vision of the world where nations are a bad thing, where peace comes from giving up on your identity, where, your culture, your identity doesn't matter, and where you have those global issues that are the most important ones, and not the things like freedom that we are discussing here, because that's important. What are the you used to hear a lot that the big problems are global problems and they require global solutions. Okay, what are the problems that are defined as such? Freedom, democracy, the way of really living a meaningful life without the oppression of the state? No. Oh, climate change. Okay. And who benefits from that vision that never puts freedom as a priority? The totalitarians. Because, all the issues that are defined as the global issues that should be addressed first are issues that don't bother China, that don't bother Russia. On the opposite, that they bring more power to China and they enfeeble the democratic West, right? So it's basically a narrative. It doesn't correspond to what people really need. I could talk more about climate change, but everything that this narrative tries to implant serves for the creation of a more totalitarian world. Okay, and I think that's where we have to debate, and to debate on top of the real priorities. Right? And I think the younger generation is maybe more open to this than the previous one, because of what? And with that I went. The amount of information that's available, right? With the social networks, internet and all. And that's why the totalitarians want so badly to regulate in a totalitarian way the social networks. Because they know if they let people free to speak and to hear, people will give up on the narrative that serves the totalitarians.
I will add something to that.
I have
with your permission.
For this. Yes, I'm sorry. Can I add something?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, if we have to speak about the future scenarios, we have to redimension the sovereignty. Yes, because we have the spatial sovereignty, the technological sovereignty, the economic, but we have a lot of features. Because if we speak about and take the Chinese economic expansion as we cannot analyze strictly as a conventional commerce, when the authoritarian regime subsides the state champions, the market price are distorted by design. Crucially, we have different norm of architect. We have our digital and data, with the data centers represent a critical national security issues. And we have in the rule of law a very robust corp of juris corp called Budapest Convention of Criminal Activities. It's different. It's opposite of the malign, the regimes, the authoritarian regimes, which irradiates malign and violent influence with the Hanoi and Beijing Protocol. For example, if you need any data, or today a digital data, it's have an equivalent at an arsenal in a conventional war. So it's a human right to know what is happened with this data. Only in the rule of law and with democracy and checks we can do this, not in autocratic regimes.
Good. Let me add something to your question. Thank you for your question. And there is let's say, two points of view that dominate and that influence the world of the young people. I have 3 daughters. Ernesto is teaching youngsters, he's forming them. You have 2 outlooks of life. The Marxist outlook of life says to the young one, God does not exist. Man is an animal, intelligent, but he's an animal with no eternal soul. And the truth does not exist, is relative. It depends on your opinion. On the other hand, we have Western civilization. 2,000 years of Christianity that tells you this. God exists. Not only does he exist, he is a loving father. Abba, he's a father. Second, every man has an eternal soul. It's not like an animal. We have eternal soul, so when we die, life continues. We are eternal. The resurrection of Christ is a proof. And third, what the Western civilization tells you is that truth, there are eternal truth, valid everywhere, in any time of the year, in any time of humanity. So there are 2 outlooks. Marxist cultural warfare, which is very strong in Latin America, and which Milei and these other presidents are combating, are trying to counterattack, tries to tell the youngsters, live your life, be happy, and forget about the rest. And the other point of view is, do something with your life that will be transcendental. You're going to die, you're going to get old, you're going to get sick, but if your life is to serve others, to do good. The problem the youngsters have now is that they've been very much influenced by the cultural warfare. Yes. Okay, 15 minutes until the end, says the organizer. Thank you very much.
May I add something?
Yeah. So, I'll let you, just one more thing. So, this cultural warfare must be counterattacked by our Christian culture, which is beautiful. Music, painting, Shakespeare, Raphael Sanzio, Michelangelo. We have so many things to give. And this culture is what we need to recover in order to counterattack the pessimism that is being spread all over by cultural Marxism. You were going to say something.
I shall probably a little bit outside the core of this discussion, but comparing Europe and Latin America, I would say that you have not really reflected upon the notion or the concept, the process of the Cold War. Cold War, you know what Cold War is? Cold War is antagonism between United States and Russia, between capitalism and socialism, between democracy and totalitarianism, and so on and so on. This is one thing that we are very much depend on when discussing democratic developments, wherever. Second thing is the problem of anti-Americanism. Now, anti-Americanism is part of the Cold War in Europe. Now, if I was, for instance, called anti-democratic, anti-revolutionary, anti-socialist, and so on, I would also be called anti-American, meaning democracy means America, democracy means private initiative, means well-being, means equality, means individual rights, and so on and so on. Now, I think that, of course, you speak about transition from, let's say, a totalitarian regime of Chavez, Maduro, Castro, and so on and so on. And you mentioned cultural Marxism. You mentioned Gramsci. You mentioned Frankfurt School, and so on. Now, Gramsci and Frankfurt School was everyday meal for me when I went to university. This was something that we had to give exams about. This was something that it was absolutely indispensable. And, our liberation really was a liberation from Marxism, anti-Americanism, anti-democratic or totalitarianism, anti-democratic movements, and so on and so on. Now, the problem is you have the problem of the European left. I don't know whether you know the name Sigmar Gabriel. He used to be German foreign minister, social democrat, president of the Social Democratic Party in Germany. He said, well, we must remember that Marxism, or the leftist ideas that counted on the fight for proletariat, that is more or less dead. We should forget about collectivism. We should start thinking about individualism. Individualism is the new thing in democratic Europe. In democratic Europe, we emphasize individual rights instead of collective rights or rights of the proletariat. Economic democracy instead of democracy as such, and so on and so on. Now, for us, of course, there is a little bit of how shall I say, disharmony between the history of Europe arising from communism or liberating itself from communism in the 1990s and events in Latin America. Of course, there was also a transition from let's say communism and left-wing parties and cultural Marxism and so on. But for us, when you speak about cultural Marxism, I say, what? But this is something that we have overcome. That's in the past. Nobody really gives a damn about cultural Marxism or Gramsci or. I had Gramsci in my little finger, or Frankfurt School. That is no longer, absolutely. It's not interesting. Now, and so, when we are watching the Latin American scene, there are certainly some things that we do not understand. I'm listening as much as I can. To the speeches of my colleagues when they, try to analyze and define political parties on the left and on the right and so on and so on. But of course, some of the differences are quite difficult to explain.
Good, thank you. We have maybe one question, time for one more question. There are how many hands? One? Three.
Three more questions.
Would you just, wow, we have, go ahead. The microphone for him.
Hello.
Short and direct your questions to one of us.
Yes, I would direct it. So I'm Dhruv from the Young Bled Strategic Forum, and I want to be short, but you were talking about truth as well, and I think I want to talk about a truth that is very absolute, and it is happening in Nepal, in India right now, about the flood, in which our culture, I'm also very culturally proud of my culture and religion and democracy. And I think an art, but all of that is being destroyed right now by a huge flood, but that is inflicted on a region that is least responsible for the climate crisis. And so, Mr. Picardo, I wanted to ask you, how can you balance this idea of democracy and security with the idea of climate change and climate justice? Because it's not a hierarchy. I think it's less of a hierarchy, and it's more of a, something that goes hand in hand. And I believe for people that have lost their homes, that have lost their lives, cannot be free or cannot be secure. So I would really like if you can answer that question.
And the question was for whom?
For Mr. Picardo.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Your name is?
Dhruv.
Dhruv.
Yes.
They are true. At the end of the day, we have a battle of our civilization values. The authoritarian regimes does not advance in a vacuum. It partners with local elites who lack moral compass and preach false pragmatism, falsely claiming one can take the best of both options, of both worlds. They are confused because there is no equivalence between Western values, individual liberty, human dignity, the rule of law, and free enterprise. And state capitalism, totalitarianism, Latin Americans and Europe's destiny lies in defending the Western way of life. There, I think, is the answer.
Maybe one more question, very, very short.
Yes, sure. My name is Muhammad Naguib. I'm also one of young BSF participants. I had a question. Do you think the EU cooperation with Latin America should prioritize education and institution building over, for example, trade deals, given that the challenges to the democracy in the region actually are usually linked to the challenges of independent schools and universities in Latin America?
Your question is for?
It's an open question, yeah. Whoever.
Calderon Berti, did you understand the question?
Well, when I proposing to have an alliance with the United States, that is possible with some other countries too. We need to improve the condition of the people. We have to provide them education. We have to provide them health, but not for nothing. I think the most important action of a government is to give the opportunity to the people to go into education and have a public policies, free market, to promote investment, to promote the opportunities of work, and people working will receive a salary and they will progress together with their families. That's the best way to make people to progress and their families.
Well, and those applies to every part of the world. We are here promoting and speaking about Latin America and Europe, but also this can be expanded to other continents. And the time is over. So I would like to thank you very much for your assistance and the moderators. There are many things we could have talked about. For example, the Vaca Muerta project in Argentina of oil extraction. And we could have, this panel could have been longer. So an hour and a half was very short. I really want to say thank you to all of you panelists and to all of you for being patient enough to be listening to us. And thank you very much. Next year, another panel of Latin America in the Bled Strategic Forum. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your conversation on Europe and Latin America. And thank you so much as well for the beautiful day today. We're starting tomorrow at 8 in the morning at Rickley Hotel with number of great panels again. We're going to see you there. And tonight, please join us at the Toplice Grand Hotel for a networking session. Thank you so much.